Welcome to Crimson Guitars, welcome to day 10 of a one-day build, and this is going to, I hope, be a relatively short one because we are almost there. I'm fully expecting, short of natural disaster or, I don't know, a heart attack or something, I'm expecting to finish this. Would I like to die in a live stream? Is that the same thing as a comedian dying on stage, doing what he loves? No, I want to die with my boots off. There we go. Within the first minute, I have asked the big questions, which means we can get on and just have fun from here on out. Alrighty, so this is a guitar build that I started in collaboration with you guys. It is something that we conceived of and designed together by way of live polls. Last week I got it in the neck, at least on the super edit, for the light relicking that we've done on the aluminium here, the light battle damage. I'm like, no, it was a poll. It's all their fault. It's not mine. I love it, really. It is what it is. Now, at this stage, we've got a multi-laminate three-piece neck in flame maple with veneer highlights. We've got a mahogany body, true mahogany, a rosewood top with an aluminium secondary top on top of that rosewood top, tip top, yeah. It has a headless system. Now, I had several of these headless systems. They are very cool. They're from Riviera Guitars, and what I didn't realize is that they've got a system that you can use to put on a guitar that already has a headstock and you don't want to remove the headstock, which is the system that we ended up using. And I was like, it's not a true headless, but anyway, we'll design this headstock. Turns out they actually do have a headless system, which I really wish I'd known about, because this guitar would be headless and it would have taken a lot less time. But hey, it's all good. Now, I'm leading with this by saying we're all just a tad worried about the stability of this. There is the aluminium. It's not adding much strength, but you've got some short grain and a lot of tension. This may disintegrate on us. And if it's going to do it, it's going to do it today, because we're about to string up. We also have a Bond Electroglide fretboard from the Bond factory when it closed. The wiring is not in, although the components are there and waiting. It's coming together. It's coming together. Now, rules of the game. I'm here to answer questions. If you send a super chat through, we will 100% answer your question, no matter what it is. I might prevaricate a little bit. In the background here, I've got my wonderful wife, Tanya, or I don't want to perpetuate this Bun and Mrs. Bun thing. What do you think, darling?
I don't mind for the time being.
It's coming up everywhere. I'm getting emails to Bun. Hi Bun, how you doing? It's fun. It's fine. Anyway, so yeah, Tanya is in the background. She's going to be sending questions my way. There is a lot of comedy going on in the background, which is very, very cool. But essentially, I'm going to get right to the point, and that point is guitar building. So let me know what you think. Let me know if you have any queries. And other than that, well, we're on. Now, I last week called it a day because we had made these sections of the headstock through successive sandings too thin for the tuning system, for the locking system. Okay, and I only had chrome washers to expand them, and it wasn't looking good, and we were running low on time, and I just, said no.
Apparently your mic's causing a little bit of buzzing. Have you got?
My mic is causing a little bit of buzzing. It's so the problem is, I'm next to a workbench. The workbench likes grabbing microphone cables, so I have to stuff it in my pocket so the cable doesn't come out. And I think that actually causes some of the issues.
A little bit of static.
Yeah, okay. I hope we're okay.
Aaron Lee says RF interference.
Everything's off.
All off.
Everything's off. Won't be the Bluetooth, will it?
Mikey Copeland says it's only when you're moving, so it might be...
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh no, I know what's happening. Okay, thank you, Mark. And yes, I need to talk to you. So what's happening here is I have been playing with... Testing 1, 2. I've been playing with the secondary microphone here, which is on input 2, because a little bit later I'm hoping to use the Kemper profiler to hear what this thing sounds direct into this system, and I've been messing a little bit. So, does that sound better? Now, last week you'll remember that I couldn't find my adjustable spanner. It was right there, where it lives. Anyway, we're good. And the other one wasn't there, but it is what it is.
Okay, first super chat from Terry Love.
Terry, you're in at the beginning and we love you for it. That wasn't even a pun, that was just the truth.
There we go. Will he or won't he finish, that is? I mean, even Ben has to finish something somewhere, right?
I can't believe that we put Terry in a timeout on day 1 because he didn't believe that I could do it. And yet here we are, day 10, and he was entirely borne out, and I feel... Well, I feel like I was nasty, really. Anyway.
And another super chat here from VTR Addict.
How you doing?
Hey Ben, did you get your marking knife yet? It arrived at Crimson HQ a couple of days ago, according to the postal tracking.
No, I have not. But I'm very, very, very excited to get that. So I haven't been back at Crimson since Friday morning, and I'm assuming... For a second I thought somebody had come in and stolen the 6th one of these. I am assuming that it's at headquarters waiting for me to pick it up tomorrow morning. So yeah, we'll get back to you as soon as we have. But yeah, thank you very much. I must say marking knives are something that I don't use very often. But if there's ever a reason to use something, it's because you've got it and somebody made it for you. So there we go. Now these washers, even my fantastic, lovely, beautiful, massive nut and bolt shop in Yeovil doesn't carry many black washers. Everything. Oh my gosh, total lack of professionalism. Mrs. Bunn is shooting out the door to answer the phone. Yes, at least one of us needs to have a phone on most of the time. Yeah, so we couldn't actually find the right colour washers because they don't exist. Now, okay, so even with the washer, we've got it. Let's have a look at. Let's have a look here. So I ended up having to buy just standard self-coloured washers and spray paint them. Now the problem is it doesn't go all the way over that, and that's too thick. So I'm still going to have to do something unexpected. How annoying. Okay. Everything okay?
Well, I think it's okay, but I have to go get Orson from school. He's fallen down and bent his fingers back again. The same way he did the other day.
Okay, so Talitha's allowed to pick her up, isn't she?
I don't know if she's down on the
family
senior
stuff.
school.
They don't
They
don't actually check.
I don't know. Well,
he says into a live stream in front of several hundred people, I assume, as long as the kid knows the person going to pick them up. They've never asked me for ID.
I'll go and call Talitha.
Okay, there we go.
Well.
And I'm going to... Do you know what? I'm going to whack this in the lathe. That's what I'm going to do. It's the quickest option. So let's have a quick... See if you can see what's happening. Essentially, I've got a lip of about 3/4 of a millimetre where that widens out, and it's too thick. It's still too thick and too long. So I'm going to put this in the lathe, I'm going to turn that down a fraction, and we'll be done. And there we go. It's not going to be the last lathe work of the morning. Now what we've got here is a locking system. Wow, that's the wrong camera. Haha. What we've got is a locking system there, and a hardened steel, I assume, bar that just goes through. It's a very simple system and very cool. Okay, so now what we've got is multiple cameras all over the place, and that one doesn't particularly want to move. Aha, I know what I can do. Let's move camera 3, and camera 1 goes down there. Okay, Disky says, so exciting to be part of day 42 of the one-day build. Cheeky, but I like it and I agree. Okay. Now this... Alright, fine. So, this shot is not particularly pretty. Let's see if I can get that better. Hold on, people. No, it's not working very well. So yes, obviously Orson's just gone and hurt himself at school because, well, because he's a young boy and that's what they do. Okay, there we go. I'm going to call that a day. How's it going?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm going to go in case he needs to go and get an x-ray.
Okay.
Alright, and Talitha's coming straight here.
No worries, that's absolutely fine.
Sorry guys.
That's right, we'll see you in a bit.
See you another time.
Parenthood, hey? Okay. Now I can't put that in on this side because of that flange, which is fine. Ish. Let's remove that. And see what we've got. That won't do either. Okay. Now I'm not a machinist, not by a long shot. This is a rather scary thing that I don't know how to use very well, but that I do love. And want to get better at. Now let us have a look. Essentially, I need a cutter that is going to come in from that side. It's relatively narrow. That should do it. Now this is no longer going to be centered because this is a different size cutter. Go on. But I do have the ability to adjust things at the tool post. So you see we're lower than we really want to be. Go on. Excuse me. Aha. No, that's going lower. There we go. Now, I do need to pull this out. No way, that's not right. No, I need a much thinner tool. Crikey. What I really want to do is see how many people are screaming in the comments what I actually should be doing. I bet there's... Yeah, it's an interesting shape. Aha! Here we go, that's the one. I'm not going to forget the PPE. I am aware that there are going to be those of you shouting that for sure. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do nicely. All right, where's my goggles? All right, so that's loose. This engages the belts. Now, people shout at me for not having oil. I fill these oil things on the regular basis, but they leak all the way through, and yeah, it's problematic. Anyway. This is even turned on. Woohoo! So all of that work to remove a very small amount of material. But that will do nicely. Now, you don't need a lathe. Well, definitely wrong camera now. Hold on. What do I do? What do I do? Camera 3. Yeah, you don't need a lathe all the time. But I tell you, when you do need a lathe, you need a lathe. All right. I sincerely hope I don't have to go back and do the next one either, or as well. Yeah. There we go. It actually felt like aluminium. It's very soft. You there. Put the second one there. And we're good to go. Okay, so obviously at the moment, oh, hold on. That needs to be lined up properly. The edge of that section's got 2 flats on it, so it locates nicely on the headstock. So at the moment we don't have another person managing the chat for me, so I'm going to go over there in a second and just see if there's anything to talk about. This workshop is swiftly turning into just a mess of HDMI cables and screens and cameras and all sorts of stuff, but I do require, hell, I put up softboxes the other day on this half. I do think I need a second screen onto which we can send the chat so I can see it as well and just look up and answer, but yeah, it is what it is. Okay, cool. No super chats, that's all good. Wrong cameras, cables in the way, yeah. That's it. Life without Mrs. Bunn is not worth living. Don't tell her I said that. Okay, anyway, let's put this back together. Now, reaming out a washer to make it bigger is something that does occur, but what does occur to me at least, and to at least 1 or 2 of you. I don't understand, well, I don't really know how I would hold the washer. No, I do. Crikey, alrighty. Well, I don't need to take it apart though. Back to the lathe. PPE, of course. And there we go. I do need to at least reduce it though so we can do that. Now I know this headstock wasn't what we'd actually planned, but in reality, the headstock, this tuning system wasn't what we had in mind 2 or 3 months ago when we started this one-day build, and we decided we were going to do a headless system. But I do like the way it's worked out, actually. Right. So yeah, we've got a Star Wars inspired build, and that's a strange universe, and this definitely looks like a non-standard, strange and interesting setup for a guitar headstock. So yeah, frankly, I'm happy with that. Now, well, since we're at this part of the process, there's the nut we made. I'm just going to spot glue that in with a little bit of super glue. If you use a little bit of super glue, that is fine. If you go too much, that is less fine. And I have seen people using, hold on, a little bit of glue in that. I've seen people using shellac to just spot glue something, and yeah, that's easier to delaminate and doesn't get quite as much all over the place. So I would say medium super glue is about what you want. If you've only got thin stuff, find an alternative. Okay, and then you use your fingers to sort of locate it, make sure we're good, which we are. Well, that's an achievement. Look at that. 28 minutes in, and I've done something. It doesn't actually feel like much of an achievement now, does it? So the plan for today is finish this, get her wired up, get her playing, basically set up and see what's happening. The neck, last time I checked, had a bit of back bow in it, which is still the case, and it hasn't got worse. So we'll see what happens with that once there's string tension, etc. And go from there. Okay. Now we also have to turn the screen-used Star Wars prop that is just so incredibly cool. I have to do a little bit of turning on that to make it fit the control knob. And then after that, once this is all done and dusted and we're happy, I'm going to go and take a break and schedule another stream that will all be entirely about designing the next guitar, which is actually going to be a one-day build. I should probably ask Tom if he is up for doing that on Sunday. Really, shouldn't I? Boom, boom. Okay, we're good. We're good. Now, what do you think? I think without somebody on the laptop, this feels a lot more like a normal video for me. Okay. Oh, well, I just found my tea and it's cold. That's horrific. Okay. So obviously these two screws came through, and that's a bit of a pity. They're holding the bridge pickup in. I'm going to clip those back. Now, these are my flush fret end cutters, and they're not the right tool for the job. Essentially, they're hardened and fairly delicate, and if I go just slightly wrong, I'll shatter that. Those are just too chunky, shall we say. So I've got a much more beastly piece of end cutters, end cutting tool there. No, that's horrific. Come on then, stop shouting at me. I understand. If you're going to do it properly. If I could flush trim it, that's one thing. But I couldn't. So now it's a case of taking it, filing it down a little bit, and being done. This isn't going to sound nice. In fact, I'm going to mute my microphone. Just in case I've actually taken enough off, make it black with a Sharpie. Now, because this has already gone through the whole instrument, we have something that is, the wood is already tapped and threaded. Tapped is the word. So I don't need a nice hard, or a nice point, shall we say. Nope, we need to go another half millimetre. Or more, just to be safe. So I'm using a soft jaw on that vise, and I'm not putting huge amounts of pressure on. There we go. Just on the surface, I can do something there. That's fine. And now my microphone's back on. You calling to tell me that my microphone's off? Yeah, there we go. I just noticed. Thank you. Lol. Thank you, Mark. Okay. That's interesting. Testing. Did you guys just get some horrific feedback? On my screen here, it just was doing something in the red, which didn't look right. Okay. Okay, fantastic. So now those are hidden, they're below the level of the back. And I'm just going to go in. Who are they? That's just at the level of the back. Still not an issue. Black in the middle. And a tinsy bit of the vibrant oxblood crimson stunning stones. Just because. So it's obvious that there's something going on there, and it's just by dint of having, you know, a direct mounted P90 and a spring bath. Okay, so this is what I'll be worrying about. So somebody at the front door. I'm not sure she has a key, so let's see. Do you have a key? Do you have a key? Obviously not. Okay, I'm going to leave you for a second. That was the puppies, obviously. Shouting at Sleethy, who's here to run the computers. So I will leave you guys with, I'll tell you what, I'll leave you guys with this screen and be back in a second. Well, there we go. Okay, cool. I even microwaved my tea for a second. Woohoo! We're good. It's all good. It's good. So Talitha is here. She's going to look at the messages and stuff. I'm going to put that away. Have a sip of that. It's tea because I sort of front load myself with caffeine before the whole thing begins. Greetings, sister. I'm sorry to so rapidly remove you from your...
scintillating GGBO stuff.
Yeah, well, you know, Great Guitar Build-Off is live. You guys need to be in it, if you're not. Okay. It turns out that partially microwave tea is just not the same.
It's not the same.
Not at all. All right, to bring you up to speed, Talitha,
My microphone's dying.
your microphone is currently dying. Maybe that was what the... I saw something earlier. Here's your batteries. Thank you. Those are my batteries. Those are yours. All right, feed me questions. I know there's people in the room and they're not talking to me, and it's feeling like I'm being shunned or something.
Are you being neglected?
Not neglected, just...
Mark Jennings, hey T, it all fell apart without you. I'm sorry, guys. I'm here.
Yeah, well, what it means is that Orson's coming home, and he was actually quite good on the computer the other day as well. So maybe he'll come in and
If he's...
tell you what's happening.
Yeah, hopefully he's not hurt too bad.
Oh, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. He's a
He's a boy.
11-year-old boy.
Yeah. The big unit, iced tea, yay or nay?
Um,
I'm a yay, because I
I've-
don't generally drink tea, so...
you don't generally drink tea. I've
Or
never
coffee.
actually had a proper iced tea, to be honest.
Oh, I'll make you one.
Okay. There we go.
What was the last super chat you had? Can you remember?
I can't remember. That was at least 10 minutes ago.
Shucks. Terry Love, will he, won't he finish? That is, I mean, even Ben has to finish some.
Yes, no, we had... That was Terry. He was the first one. You
Okay.
should start reading them to me from the last one.
Okay. David Kane, £5 super chat.
Okay, David?
Last week you oiled and waxed the guitar in a couple of hours, but said you'd usually take a week. What's the normal process for oiling a stained guitar?
Okay, so... Yeah, essentially the normal process is you flood it with... okay, you start with the sanding. You sand everything back to 240 or 320 grit. You don't want to sand any more than that if you can help it. After that, you damp the guitar down with a lightly wet rag, i.e. not very wet, i.e. the word damp kind of covers that, doesn't it, don't you think, Talitha?
Damp implies, yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. There we go.
Are there degrees of damp, though?
There are degrees of damp. Let's not even go into that. Okay. And then you rub it back with the same grit sandpaper, 320, 240, whatever you want. And you do that a couple of times until the wood stops getting furry. This is predominantly if you're using water-based stains, which are actually my favourite type of stains. You then apply your stain, leave that to cure for preferably a day or two after you've got it looking like you want, you've rubbed away the excess, etc. You then apply a coat of guitar finishing oil, penetrating, just flood it on, flood it on, flood it on until the wood stops, until it starts pooling on the top essentially. Now this, depending on the wood you've got, this could take 2 or 3 coats or more, essentially. At that point, oh, that's a perfect drill. Look at that. At that point, you rub back all of the excess and leave it to cure. Now, the guitar finishing oil will potentially have taken away some of the stain and just lifted a little bit of it. But if you leave it to cure properly, while making sure that you've rubbed all of the excess away and also making sure that oil doesn't come up through the pores, that should seal the stain in and you should be okay from this point on. After that, you use a high build guitar finishing oil, flood it on. Again, it shouldn't at this point seep in too much, so it should just be a coat, apply it on, leave it to settle for 10 or 15 minutes depending on how warm your workshop is, and it'll start to feel a little bit tacky, and that's it starting to go off. At that point, you rub everything away, all of the excess, until it's basically touch dry. Repeat that process as many times as you need to get the finish you want. Now, I would say a minimum of 2 or 3 goes, with at least 5 or 6 hours in between to cure, preferably a day in between each coat to cure. Rub the excess away, leave it, checking to make sure that nothing's coming out of those damn pores again. I sound like a teenager. Yeah, if you want a glossier finish, just keep on going until you've got perfection. If you want a matte one, 2 or 3 coats will do.
You said the other week to get a gloss finish you use wet and dry sandpaper.
I do, but not on a stained guitar.
Gotcha.
Because that will take the stain off.
Okay.
Okay, let's get some drilling done.
For those of us who don't know, explain furry wood.
It feels furry, not smooth.
That's from Raising the Grain.
Yes.
Okay.
People are going to be laughing at you now, by the way.
I know what it is. I just, you know.
That's just the phrase more than anything else.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's go and drill a hole, shall we? So I've marked where I want it to be, and I don't want to cut the guitar here. I'm not actually holding it, I'm just making sure it's not going where I don't want it to go. There we go. What's up?
Just reading through the comments. So, Terry Love is the MVP.
I'm so sorry that I was so horrible to him. I'm never going to get over it.
You're not.
He's going to be one of the few people I actually remember forever.
Just because, yeah, anyway. So Terry Love said clearly just before I arrived, you can get cat and dog doors operated by a sensor on their collars. Maybe you can get a Talitha door. Get her a collar or fob. Might be more humane.
If that collar also is one of those sort of electrical things that zap you when you're naughty, I must make Ben look good on camera. I want to edit him into a tutu.
Been there, done that.
I know. I'm fairly sure I actually asked for that, didn't I?
I think so.
Expressly. I thought it would be hilarious. Okay.
Anyway, really nice super chat from Aaron Lee.
Aaron.
He says, "Morning, Ben.
Morning.
2 of my guitars have just sold for £6,000. 100% of the proceeds are being donated to help the humanitarian efforts in Europe."
Yes.
That's amazing.
That is incredible. And I'm wondering, I kind of feel weird that my life is just going on as normal at the moment. And, GGBO is my thing, and it's the thing I'm raising money for and all that jazz. And frankly, sorry, I'm looking at the camera, not Talitha. That must be off-putting for the people behind the camera. There's more of them than you, Talitha. I don't need to talk to you.
Fine.
So, for example, I'm raffling off the guitar that we're going to do in the one-day build, and that is supposed to be going to. Actually, that's supposed to be going into my back pocket to help me pay for a camera. But I think that in reality, I should probably do exactly what you've just done. The problem is how I always worry about those things. How do you make sure that it goes to the right place and all that jazz? So, yeah.
Yeah, that is concerning. And
Bridge, that's what I'm looking for. So distracting.
don't you have other guitars possibly without having to build one from scratch that we could raffle, or products, or? But that's something to discuss at another time.
It is, yes. Okay, so there we go.
Did you get the super chat from Sweet Tea Guitars?
No, I did not.
Just saying hello. Sorry I missed the live stream last night.
That's
I
okay,
lost
mate.
all track of time in the shop, and when I exited it was 9 p.m.
Do you know what? I absolutely understand.
That happens often.
It does. I mean, when I got up to the house, everybody was asleep. So I'm just wondering about... I don't think we actually need much more than that anyway. So there's a fair old chunk of... Let's get a camera for. So there's a fair old chunk, there's a little bit of back of forward motion. This isn't a fluid. I'm not going wow all the way down. I think that's actually more than enough. It's just bottoming out at one corner here, which once it's in place I can actually go in and cut a little bit of meat off. So yeah, I think that'll do.
Did you lose mics earlier?
I didn't lose mics earlier. I turned them off because I was filing the end off a screw.
Okay.
Mark Jennings phoned me in the end.
Lots of shouting in the comments. I'm just going back.
Let me know in the chat how you install your springs. That doesn't appear to be going in very much. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, those holes don't appear to be deep enough.
Garage Master Guitar says not at an angle.
Yeah. For some reason, I thought that might be the case.
And Bjorn says, are you technically allowed to install spring before the 21st of March?
Ha ha. Will you be my friend? That's my sort of joke.
Marcus Dresden Guitar says springs should all be straight to have an even distribution of tension.
See, I am putting them in at an angle to create tension. What do you not understand? No, to create tension in the chat. That wasn't funny, was it?
The big unit says, I usually hook onto the cleat first and then use a needle nose plier to put them into the bridge.
Yeah. I don't actually have a huge amount of tension on this. It's more... Yeah, it's more interesting to just see what's happening.
JS Trucking says, I hook the springs directly to the mounting plate before screwing the mount to the spring's pocket.
Oh, there we go. I've pushed that in, that's fine. Okay. At an angle? What angle? Me? Angle? Never.
Bob Van Dyck says, one might say springs are quite a tense topic. Quite a few super chats.
Okay.
Bob Van Dyck, sorry, I apologise if I don't say your names right. Have a well-deserved coffee on me. Stuck at home since I tested positive for the Ronies. This stream helps loads.
The Ronies. Okay, I'm really glad that you are at least entertained. I have never heard anybody call it the Ronies. It is at the point in this global pandemic that actually we can start making jokes about it, because it's starting, at least in the UK, it's starting to sort of be...
Yeah.
We've now got the variant that isn't actively trying to kill us all too badly.
You know the Disney song that's been trending?
No.
We Don't Talk About Bruno?
Ugh. Carry on.
Someone's rewritten the lyrics to We Don't Talk About Rona.
Okay.
It's very funny.
Okay. Well, all I will say is I hope you get better soon, and that I have somewhere in the region of 1,200 or so videos that you can watch if you're bored. If you want to laugh, go back to some of the earlier ones.
Yeah.
I stumbled on one of myself the other day that immediately got deleted. Hello, welcome to Crimson Guitars, in a very South African accent. Just anyway, leave me alone.
Super chat from Terry Love.
Terry.
Then a couple of comments way back about the raw wood in the truss rod access hole looking unfinished. It needs some stain or a bung.
A bung?
And I
I
think
have never heard the word bung on my channel.
VTR Addict pointed that out in the comments earlier. I was going to...
Yes, you guys had a perfect view of it, actually, didn't you? In there. So yeah, well, while we're about it, and seeing as I haven't actually cleaned my brush since the last time I was applying stain, let's get that done.
Cool. Franz Truter.
Franz Truter. Truter, you really should be able to pronounce his name properly.
I'm so sorry. Hi, regarding the GGBO t-shirts, I bought F1 merch from UK, took 6 months to get to SA, plus 65% import tax.
Sorry, F1 merch?
Formula 1.
Formula 1 merch, okay, fair enough.
Will it be possible to just buy the PNG file of the shirt from you and print it in-house?
It is interesting. No, I don't think so, but you raise an interesting point. We can, not that I'm worried about anybody counterfeiting the frickin' GGBO t-shirts, to be honest. But Talitha, if you wouldn't mind having a look into potentially us finding a US-based printer who will direct mail from that side to us. Kind of like Teespring. We've already got a Teespring account. We could potentially do something like that. So that is a good point. Yeah, we'll look into that. If we can reduce shipping and tax and all that jazz, we will. Okay, there we go. So I've cleaned up the inside of that because you were correct.
Super chat from John Savage. I'm sorry to interrupt, I'm trying to catch up.
No, I was just thinking, I'm just hoping that he's related to Adam and can get us involved, was what went through my mind.
The comment is related to Adam.
Okay, fine.
Did you see Adam Savage restoring his hand plane the other day? You certainly got a shout out in the comments. And I sent you the Instagram
No, I
post about
didn't.
it.
You sent me an Instagram post? No, I haven't, although I have now heard about it a couple of times. And if anybody's watching Adam Savage, absolutely please shout us out in the comments and tell him that we want him in GGBO. Like, emphatically. No, I'm looking forward to watching it myself. Somebody else mentioned it in, I think Lisa Harshberger was talking about it last night, and also shouted us out in the comments. So that That makes me feel really good, actually. Anyway, look. What time is it?
Time to be finishing.
Well...
It's 12.
Oh, come on. That only means we've been going for an hour. The bridge is in. Should we... I don't know. Maybe... Possibly...
Stop for lunch.
Stop for lunch. Yeah, let's call it a day. We've had a day. We're done now. We don't want to finish this guitar ever.
Mark Jennings said super chat.
Mark Jennings, the man, the machine, the one and only.
He says, regarding charities, I cut them out totally after the tsunami and flew out to Sri Lanka for a month to do work on the ground. Not possible in this case.
Well, not possible. There's actually quite a few people going over to fight, which, for the first time ever in my life, I didn't seriously consider, but it was like, actually, I probably could. But I don't know. I don't know. I've had some bad experiences with charities in the past, period. It's one of the reasons why I decided to essentially start my own. You know, I absolutely know that it's going to do what I want it to do. I need a brush. Do. How many people do we have with us today, Talitha?
677.
Okay. So I did, you know, just to finish up on that subject, I have seen that there are Ukraine government bank accounts where you can donate money direct to using various different methods, and one is for the military and one is for humanitarian aid sort of stuff, and it's a possibility, so it's worth doing. Anyway, here is my own charity case. Hello, little one. How are you?
Hello. Goodish.
Good-ish.
Yes. What's the black on your hand?
The pen was boarding class.
You're bored in class, so you broke your fingers.
No.
Show me your other hand.
Uh,
Wow, that is actually very obviously
yeah.
a bit bigger. Did Mum give you any sympathy at all?
Yes. I'm gonna just
What do
tell
you do? She never gives me any.
I'm 11. That's part of
I
it.
act like I'm 11, like
You're
a
40.
You act like you're 9.
Leave
I'm
me
gonna tell
alone.
you how I did it. So
Okay, be quick about it. I'm supposed to be building a guitar.
yes, you can build the guitar one. So it was break time, and I had my snack.
Okay.
Went in to play with my friends, and then I was rough playing with one of my friends, which he knows the friend, and we all fell over. Me and 3 other people fell over. I was on the bottom.
Oh.
And I went there, and my fingers, my index finger, my middle finger, and my ring finger bent back, nearly touching my sleeve. And I went to the receptionist people who do doctor thingies, and I went through 2 ice packs.
Well, don't do that again.
I won't. It's happened to my other hand. Literally like a couple of weeks ago as well.
Well, your left hand was feeling left out.
I guess.
Okay. Anyway, this is a very important bit.
Yes.
So we're going to say goodbye to you
I will.
and crack
We're
on.
putting the strings on.
I think so. We'll see. This is where the whole guitar might actually disintegrate. Now, if that does happen, we've thought about it. Awesome. Go put an ice pack on it and chill out playing computer games. Lucky boy.
Most likely.
Most likely.
It was good day until that.
It's always a good day until you roughhouse and fall over. And...
Yeah, but he's already past the pain and he's at home with his
Yeah.
computer and Xbox and stuff. Awesome. Can you just tell him not to lift the... Can you tell him to put the chicken away, please?
Tanya's out there. She'll wrangle the pups.
Okay. Cool. Well, let's just see what happens here.
Lots of people saying nicely stained fingers there. Caught red-handed.
Yeah. Always.
Oops.
I had zero notice the other day, and Byron, who's the 7-year-old, needed a shield for school. So here I am at 7 o'clock saying, okay, well fine, I'll go down to the workshop, see what I've got. And yeah, it ended up being a very nice shield made out of solid oak with brass rivets and all sorts of stuff. And yeah, I was black-fingered for a while. Now this is weird. I suppose actually I need to pull it. Okay, fine. No, that doesn't work. I mean, we have a string on it. Is that back where I told you about? That's already better.
Caramel's safe.
Thank you very much. Okay, so let's go for it.
The big unit says the trim looks like the trim is marring the top.
Not marring, it is flat on the top. I'm not too worried about it because it is obviously a slightly damaged top in the first place. However, Riviera have actually provided us with a little bit of plastic with that in mind.
Didn't someone say that was too...
Do that. I see. Probably supposed to go all the way underneath. Oh, I understand. Hold on. So what it does is it goes underneath. That removes some of the tension, so you can tighten the strings up by hand through the locking things easier. Then when you pull that back, you got more spring tension. They really have actually thought about this quite a lot more than I obviously have in the building. But anyway, let's see. So what I wanted to do was, I did not want to chop the ends of the strings off while in the headstock because, well, I didn't want to, but I'm going to have to. So you loosen the locking pin. Pull that through. Okay.
Super chat from Austerium.
Austerium, how are you?
Says, hey, it's Rick. Just needed to say how amazing this guitar is. Gutted it's not mine. Absolutely loved the series and being part of this community.
Thank you very much. And yeah, I'm kind of gutted it's not mine either. /2. How are you, Tanya?
I'm fine. We're going to go to A&E just as a precaution.
Okay.
There may be one broken finger, so that's not Very good. The only
He
trouble
didn't
is
tell us that.
You need to. He doesn't know. They're all swollen. The one doesn't look. One looks worse than the others.
Okay.
So we're off to A&E. You're gonna have to keep an eye on the time. Because I don't
because
know.
we've got the other child that needs to be picked up. Okay, so at this point, it doesn't look like we're going to be doing the design live stream for later today. We live in the UK, which is fantastic because we actually have the NHS, which is a lot better than many places. We're not going to pay tens of thousands of pounds just to go and visit the A&E. It's going to cost us nothing, but it might take a few hours.
It might take a while, yeah.
So, yeah, I think what we will do is we'll finish this guitar, and then I'll reschedule another live stream for another time in the week, and we'll let you guys know. The main issue is that the youngest child will need to be picked up from school. So, yeah, essentially, if you're still in the A&E, which is normally my job.
Okay.
You're my excuse, people.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
See you later.
Drive
Well
safe.
wishes for you and Austin in the
Oh,
comments.
You know, boys, they're very chipper no matter what, aren't they?
Yeah.
Really. Right. Thanks, guys.
Okay.
Deja Voodoo, safe travels to Mrs. Bunn and child.
Every time they call her Mrs. Bunn, I'm thinking, we don't have another one coming. Please, no.
Graham B. OMG, you're actually going to finish it today. Lol, 1 day build, you just didn't say which day. Love it.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not entirely sure if I am going to finish it today. We'll see.
Hey,
I mean, hey, come on. The world has literally just...
you can't blame
Distracting.
this on...
No, that's one. We'll see what else happens. I mean, there might be a freaking meteorite or something. I don't know. Anyway, no, I'm excited. I'm properly excited. So we're off to green.
Fukami says, don't even dare saying sorry. Family always comes first.
No, thank you.
Andrea says, long-term project number 5.
We've only got 3, and I have...
No, your long-term project number 4.
No, our marriage is okay. When you make a custom watch or anything like that, you've got number 0, which is the sort of prototype. It's the prototype, and then you've got 00, which is probably the one that the boss keeps, etc. My marriage is long-term project 0. Okay. April Fool's Day is my wedding anniversary for those who have the same sense of humour as me. Orson only just realised that the other day. He could not stop laughing. Anyway, 3 children and multiple pets, but nobody needs to know that. We're fine.
Super chat from Terry Love saying,
Terry.
4th child, that would make it a base family.
i.e. 4 strings? Okay.
Sad you had to think about that.
People, you don't need to know this. I have 100% made absolutely certain there are going to be no more children. Thank you very much. I have not got the time.
I have to read this comment. Oh, where is it? So cool.
Sorry, carry on.
Stephen Hay.
Hey, Stephen.
Please give my girlfriend a shout out as I do love her and she lets me buy guitar stuff, i.e. one of your t-shirts. Her name is Valerie.
Valerie, you rule. Thank you very much. And
Stephen's a very lucky guy.
Stephen really is a very lucky guy. You would... I really do need to think about everything that I say before I say it. I don't want to come across as somebody saying, hey, do this, but you'd be surprised how many wives and girlfriends buy their significant others a course at Crimson Guitars or a kit or something like that. One of my first proper commissions was a girl who bought a guitar and asked me to engrave a proposal on the back of it for her then boyfriend.
Oh wow.
It's just, when you find somebody who is that behind who you are, yeah, they're keepers. Okay, so tension, lock. Now this headstock doesn't feel like it's going anywhere. Something's not great. Wow, something snapped. Nope, didn't snap. Never mind. The ball end was just not in the right place. So, actually that's not lined up properly. So I didn't tighten that up enough properly last time. A
Couple of super chats.
Okay.
Trish Good.
Trish.
This is from quite a while ago, so I'm not sure what the conversation was at the time.
Okay.
But I wouldn't do it at this point, but thinking how cool it would have been to machine or hand tool the aluminium. Thank you for all you do.
Yes, I know what you're talking about. So we were talking, this was in the comments as well on the edited video the other day, that somebody was interested in machine turning, engine turning, that's it, where you take a round abrasive thing and you can and you end up with lots of sort of circles next to each other. That is a super cool look and something that yeah, actually I really like the idea of doing that as a sort of standard fretboard thing.
Yeah.
Hold on, we've got to focus on the headstock just in case.
Crack.
Talitha said crack. I have a problem here, young lady. Doing Bob, there was at one point where I was clamping things up and there was a cracking noise. So scary, it turns out it was the clamp cracking the clamping cord. But
I remember how stressed you were with that build, and oftentimes I wasn't in the room with you because we'd just set up the camera and let you get on with it, and you'd come out of there like to take breaks from the stress.
So that was an example of my entire life was stressful at that point. Yeah, it's all good.
So the one super chat that was missed out from earlier was from Paul Needs. I don't know what you were talking about at the time, but he said Talitha is never naughty with a big red heart.
Yeah. Okay. Stop talking just for a minute so we can get some footage of this happening. So that's 3. Oh, and that's not... Okay, fine, you can talk. It's not locked in enough. I obviously wasn't tightening things up as much as I should.
So Lex Luthia sent a super chat to say, are you using 3-way switches on, off, reverse? Gets 8 different combinations. Looking forward to the epic conclusion.
They are 3-way switches. I was thinking on, off, kill, to be honest. Come on, I'm missing the nut. There we go. Okay. Take that out. It's floating. I want to put some more tension on the springs at the back. Our action is actually pretty not bad. Pretty not bad at all. Where's my screwdriver? I put my screwdriver away. Oh, Benjamin Crow, you're just too tidy. Look at this spotless workshop. I'm also a comedian. Beautiful. Let's make music. I actually, so this tuning system here, when that's in place, that's a little bit annoying, but not a deal breaker. But it's actually pretty positive. Anyway, look, little headstock tuner. I really don't think the headstock's going to fall off.
Terry loves Super Chat. Damn it, that thing might actually play. It's alive. Buffering, stream dying. I'm not buffering. And back. Virtual Monkey says, Talitha, hello, and be nice to Ben. Tell him we all forget the strap buttons.
I haven't finished the build yet. Alright, so let's have a look. Obviously my headstock it's a headstock. It's perfectly fine. I'm happy with how, in fact I'm incredibly happy with how the strings line up. I think that's actually super sexy. Let's
Tutankhamun wants to know if you're going to play the Star Wars theme tune.
I don't know if I can play the Star Wars theme tune.
Marcus Dresden Guitar says, Ben, I have 3.5 hours left of work today. You need to do something additional.
We'll see what happens with the kid. Anyway, here's what that's looking like. I'm really happy with that. It's a little bit in tune. The tension's about right. We've got a super low action. Yeah, that's too low. And lots of strings and stuff. So, no. Wow. That'll do. The neck is also essentially flattened out. So we had a little bit of back bow. Remember, this is why we do have dual action truss rods in case that hadn't worked itself out. I guesstimated where I wanted the height of the bridge, and I got within sort of 1 millimeter of of the height, I think. Oh my god, that feels weird. Okay.
So Spank FPV says all in cap locks, it can't be over yet. I just got home with food.
It's not over. I've still got to turn a custom... I've got to customize a control knob. I've got to wire it up. We've got to play with the setup a little bit more. But where we currently sit is an instrument that has not disintegrated on being strung up, which in my book is a win. There's no frets. It feels like I'm playing a fretless guitar, but it's in tune. It's amazing. I mean, it'll take a little bit of getting used to. And there's the bells attached as well.
I really like the look of that headstock.
There are so many people who hate it, and they're wrong. And I think it's just because they wanted it to be a proper headless. So in tune. Okay, cool. Like, seriously. Obviously, we've got some tuning issues. There's some problems there, but... Yarg! Okay.
I have a question.
Don't you dare.
No,
You've got a glint in your eye that's going to cause trouble for me.
I'm just wondering why you decided to put the strings on before you actually finished all the wiring.
So that I can then immediately test it and see what it sounds like. And also it gives the strings some time to settle down and tension and stuff. Okay. Now, I'm expecting one or two of the strings to break at some point in the not too distant future. One of them had a kink in it where I didn't want a kink because the ball end sort of stuck halfway through. And another one up here had another kink in this wrong. So there's some weak spots there. But yeah. The end result is... I need to tune it.
So while you're doing that, a super chat from Paulie Worthington. Says, hi Ben and Talitha, long time no talk. Smashing guitar mate, missed your last 2 live streams. Sitting at home today with Kathleen and my little baby.
Hello, Kathleen.
Little baby.
Hello, little baby. The little baby doesn't understand. I'm in danger of running off into the sunset with this guitar, Talitha.
Rich might be in the chat.
I can't.
Rich, I won't let him do that.
I cannot tell you how much I like this. I do have another.
You've got another
electric light fretboard.
Yeah. Oh, news.
No, I know. I've got an email from
excellent
the son, Ash Bond. I'm waiting for a reply from him. He emailed us. He's interested in redoing Bond. This is my excited face, by the way.
You could bounce a little bit.
I'm all bounced out. Come on, I just strung this damn guitar up. Okay, cool. Anyway, look, that's actually feeling pretty good. The headstock is nice and solid. So let's just get some B-roll while we're about it. And we'll look at what we've got.
Where's your other camera?
My other camera is currently up at the house. It's fine. We're fine. Stop judging me, Talitha. Gosh darn, that's sexy. The guitar's quite attractive too. Wait, there. Okay, so far I absolutely love this bridge. And I do love this headstock. Let me know what you think. What are you thinking, people?
Loving the headstock. I love the headstock. Robert R., you may just need to put that model guitar into production and use regular frets.
I'm not... Well, I mean, I'd like to not use regular frets. I'd like to use this fretboard, if it's available. If... In all seriousness, if anybody does want to buy one of these, we will make them for you. Whether it's custom ordered or not, we can do it with or without the headstock headless system or not. It's not, it's something we can and would definitely do. So if you want one, get in touch. It would be with normal frets, at least initially. But yeah, get in touch.
Jeremy Cole says, make another Star Wars themed guitar, a true headless, and call it Django Fret.
Deal. That's a little bit too close to Jangle Fret. In fact, that's probably what it would end up being called by people.
But people who know the Star Wars universe knows who that is.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so we've got no issues. We've got 0 issues with the headstock with the string thing. Christ, I just dropped the camera. Ha! Do you want to help me to do that? Well, it's obviously come off its thing. I moved around a little bit too much. It's a good thing it's on springy cables and things. Yeah, I'll sort it out now.
Yeah, you have to take that off.
No, I'll sort it out. You're fine. Oh, the fun! It never stops.
Going back to talking about significant others, there's a super chat from Big Unit that I missed.
Okay.
I still joke about when I knew I'd marry Mrs. Unit. We were in a music store and I was plugged into a stellar sounding $1,800 Marshall, and she said, "It sounds great, you should get it."
Yep. Fine, you're right, Talitha. I should.
I'm always right.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
Yet.
You just don't. Leatherman.
Go on, hold it for a sec. Thank you. Okay, people. See, this is what I mean. I was asking for what the next stage, the next thing to go wrong would be. And it's that. It's dropping a camera because, hey, you got it. And you guys are imagining this because it's off camera, so there we go.
These are dusty.
I dust them on the regular. Okay, so there's this little system up on here.
So you can angle the camera.
Yeah, it's a little ball thing. And that, people tend not to like people mounting cameras to ceilings, so there's not actually systems that you can buy to do this commercially. Okay, that should do. So what I was trying to say was something about the headstock, wasn't it? No, that's not.
You good?
Oh, something. Yeah. I'm good-ish. There we go. Camera 2, just for fun and games. I'm really happy with how that worked. Oh, there we go. And that string and that string are maybe just touching the aluminium. Like if they look straight to me. So if it's touching it, it's kissing it gently and with feeling. I don't know, I'm excited, leave me alone. Alrighty, let's tidy up a little bit. Now, what are we thinking, people?
Well, Dan Peacock's just said, slugged my way into the office working in IT, and I'm watching a man fix a technical issue. Still worth it.
As technical issues go, dropping a camera from a ceiling yeah, that's me. That's definitely me. Okay, let's tidy up. Now, I am aware that I do want to finish this today, so let's stop fiddling about. I'm going to leave this for now. The strings are going to have to... the strings are just tensioning themselves and just relaxing, and we'll just see what happens. Now, we've got this knob here that has currently got probably an M5 thread in there, and just doesn't work for us. So I need to get over onto the lathe and drill that out so that it can fit over the potentiometer, and I also need to put in a grub screw from one side so that it can lock onto the potentiometer. I am going to require goggles and a camera, and I think what I'm going to do is just wrap a couple of turns of masking tape around this, and I'm going to put it straight into my 3-jaw chuck. I don't have soft jaws or anything like that for the chuck. Now again, well, this is a lightly battle damaged guitar, so I'm not too worried about that. I would be worried about this whole thing now slipping in the lathe, but we've also got those beautiful flutes going up. It really is a perfect control knob. So, yeah, very happy.
Matt Roman, who
gave me the nub.
Yeah.
The nub. Nice nub, Matt. Thank you very much.
He's in the chat at the moment saying, sorry for all the hassle I caused with those knobs.
Mate,
but
not hassle. I am
fun.
so happy that you're so cool. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. As does everybody else in the chat, I'm sure.
While you're setting up a couple of super chats.
Just bear in mind that you do need to sort of give some editing room while I'm filming these things. So hold on for a sec, or Bear will cry.
Just put other audio over it.
Okay, super chat.
Both Terry Love sent a super chat, but Nick Jones also brought this up.
Okay.
And they say, can the camera be set to invert the image so you suspend it from a normal tripod mount? So you hang the camera upside down, and then we invert the image in post.
I've just spent weeks setting up the system that we've got now,
I know.
and it just about works. But no, that is a good idea.
No, it works very well. Anyway.
Okay, now I'm 99% sure that the drill bit currently in the chuck of the lathe is the correct one. But 99 is not 100. So I need to check that. My phone's also foofling away.
Yeah, what time do you need to collect Byron?
Oh, no, we've got time. Yeah, that should be the one. Yep. I'm happy.
Matt says as long as you're happy, I'm happy.
I'm very, very happy. I owe you a drink. Alrighty. So, we're currently off. And we're just going in. And it's going to be a fairly gentle thing. Where's my brush? No, not that one. This brush. How could you not know which brush I wanted? Ah yes, this is definitely the one because I've got my marking of how deep I want it to go. So it's not a major cut. Anyway. Fool didn't take the lock off. That'll do. Don't forget your PPE, yo. I say things like that, and I'm being sort of facetious and trying to be funny, and all it sounds like is I'm trying to be cool and utterly failing. Yo.
Yo.
Fam. In it. There we go. He says, only having done part of the job? No! I get so excited and then I just forget everything. Maybe we should finish this another day. What do you think?
Do you want to cause a riot in the chat?
Yeah? Okay, no. I completely forgot that I need to turn a recess in here for the nut, etc. to fit in. Absolutely essential. Bum 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 bum. guys can't see anything. I'm so sorry. How rude. Well, yeah, let's just move this. So, Talitha, you're going to have to move as well.
What?
Well, you know, it's all about.
We have to move Jasmine's neck.
What I need is a much bigger zoom for this camera. Okay. There you go, you can see what's happening now. Sorry about that, everybody. There we go. That should do it.
Check before you take the masking tape off.
It's fine. It's fine. Where's the trust? Ooh. Okay, so now I need to go in and just add a grub screw inside one of these tiny little flutes, and yeah, that'll do nicely. So yeah, don't want to damage this at all. So I'm just going to use wooden vise. That's not quite so good. There we go. So we're talking about an M3 probably. It's going to be a 2.5mm drill bit. M3 0.5. That'll do nicely. Okay. Goggles. Now it's already being located by the flute, so I'm not going to bother with a center punch. I want it a little bit lower. There we go. Always put your drill bits away. I do need some new drill bits, that is for sure. Talitha's just sitting there looking looking out the window.
There's birds, cars, you know.
Wow. Okay.
The sun is shining for once.
And you're inside. You can see more of the sun from inside my workshop than you can from inside your
Pokey little office.
pokey little office, this is true. Okay, oil. I should probably clean the swarf away, to be honest. Now it depends on how close your initial hole is to what thread you're cutting. Generally half a turn forward, quarter of a turn back. Often less than that, to be honest. The last thing you want to do is snap off your hardened steel tap inside your work, because sometimes that's it, it just lives there forever. And that would suck. Oh no, too much. I think I'm through. Yeah, that looks good. I'm also falling out of my tap handle. Come on. All right, do we have any questions, queries, comments?
We do.
Feed me.
We need to welcome Dan Peacock to the Cool Beans members tier.
Dan Peacock, thank you very much for your support. We actually, last week, digressed a little bit and restarted up, Talitha and I, the patrons questions stream. So that's going to be coming out soon, where essentially I answer a bunch of quickfire questions from our Instagram audience and we film it, and that then in its entirety is a sort of hour long video is just me answering questions, and hopefully will be fun and interesting as a member and patron thing. I'm not sure what Talitha's grinning at in the background, but it's very off-putting.
Sorry, I'm just thinking I was in the process of exporting that video when Tanya called, and I put my computer to sleep.
Oh.
I've stopped the export, so oops.
It's all Austin's fault. Yeah.
Shame.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to. Well, actually, you know, at this point, he's not playing computer games. He's off to the A&E, so we'll see.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there we go. So that is now tapped and done and good and relatively clean and cool. I just need to find the right
There are
grub screw.
questions about whether the trem arm will clear that knob.
Yes, we carefully thought it out when we were talking about where we were going to put the knob, etc. So yeah, we ran some tests and took some educated guesses.
Cool. Super chat, another super chat from Paul Worth. Worthington.
Paul.
Talking about the Bond Electric fretboard, I think.
Yeah?
Ben, I'll take one of those fretboards on my Masters of the Universe guitar. FYI, I've still had no email about it. You're the only man I want building it.
Okay. I do want to do it. I'm surprised you haven't had a reply yet. We'll have to chase up. I'll have to chase up with the office. Talitha, if you could chase up with the office. He says immediately turning around and delegating.
Delegate.
Okay. Now the trick is when you're putting a grub screw held down control knob onto a split shaft potentiometer, you put the grub screw in line with the split and that pushes everything out. You have to have something that's nicely fitted like this. And you also need to be able to find the grub screw. But anyway, hold on. Ta-da! My water bottle is right next to my white spirit bottle.
Yeah, but that one's gold and the other one's not. Rather sad super chat.
I don't like sad.
I know. Owen Kelly.
Owen.
We lost our German Shepherd this weekend, and the video today is a great distraction.
I'm sorry, mate.
I have a question. We kept a lock of his hair as a keepsake.
Okay, stop. That is too weird. My initial thing with everything is to diffuse a situation with a joke, and I'm talking about making... I was talking the other day... Tony and I were talking about the guinea pigs who are very old now and they don't last long. And I asked her if I could shave one of them so I could make some paintbrushes. You mentioned your dog. My first thought is, oh, I wonder if I could shave it to make some paintbrushes, and then Talitha talks about the fact that you've got a lock of its hair. I hope that amused you. Carry on.
We kept a lock of his hair as a keepsake, and I'd like to incorporate it into a build when I get a bit better at making guitars.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever done something similar, and any ideas how best to do it? Now, there are lots of suggestions in the chat from other people saying embedded in resin and that sort of thing. And
Resin is the first thing that most people would say, I think. It depends on what you're trying to do. I don't really know. All that's coming to my mind is essentially sort of a circular inlay with it embedded in resin is the thing, or at least potentially underneath the Perspex disc that goes in. Now, they obviously used to make lockets and keepsakes and things like that very prevalently in the Victorian era. It could be interesting to look into the history of that sort of thing. I think they're called memento moris, or is that a watch? Or I think a memento mori might actually be a skull-shaped piece of jewellery that you keep with you to remind you that you're going to die one day. Don't know why that's necessary. Something along those lines. But
Hugh
Yeah.
McKay wants to know if a shortage of paintbrushes caused Ben's baldness.
impressed. No, I'm just too tired to come up with anything proper. Okay, look, I'm really happy with this. The control knob is good and done and fits and is not in the way. You know, let's screw that right down. It's just, yeah, it's fine. Woo hoo hoo. Okay.
Terry Love sent a super chat with a question.
Okay.
Ben, you could put a fishing lead split shot under the grub screw so you don't bugger the pot stem.
No, it's not about... Well, I want to have a good solid chunk contact with the pot stem. What I need to do is put it on the split so that it pushes the other two halves apart and thus holds themselves nicely to the inside of the control knob. Okay, now this... I've been thinking about this light battle damage, which is a little bit too light, in my opinion. Remember we were talking about accenting it a little bit earlier. Now,
There were suggestions of black Warhammer paint.
yes, that sort of thing would work perfectly fine. Shielding paint would work well. Another option is just a little bit of black wax inside. So let's have a look at that.
Dan Peacock, cue the Adam Savage weathering montage.
I am not quite there yet, but yeah, just a little bit of wax, and then yeah.
Tom B says, is he procrastinating to not have to do the wiring?
Yeah, you got me.
Don't you have some rub and buff?
Oh, that was it. I do have rub and buff. Okay, hold on. Let me grab some sandpaper and just take the top off that.
And there's a chat from the big unit who's been a member of All That Jazz for 2 months now.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And he says, to change the topic, Ben, did you get the foot controller for the Kemper? They're fantastic. I built my own pedal board road case for mine.
No, I didn't actually. I'm not ever likely to go gigging live, and I would be worried that it would just gather dust. Okay. I'm just going to leave this. I think we could accentuate these a little bit more, but let's not, because I am actually procrastinating, and you can see it and I can see it. What we need to do is the wiring. So what we're going to do is put the strap buttons on. Okay.
What's that bit of black on the aluminium edge, just where the knob is?
It has been scraped back or sanded back properly.
Okay.
There we go. Well distracted, Lisa, thank you.
Sorry. Do you want to do a quick recap and what you're going to carry on to do?
Do I need to do a recap? How many people do we have watching at the moment?
779.
Oh, so there's a few that weren't here earlier on. Okay, I'm just finding some strap buttons quickly in the drawer of doom. Okay.
There was a question earlier about if you had already done the hole for the jack socket or not.
Yes. Yeah, the jack socket's all sorted. That's in the end of there. But anyway, let's do a quick recap. All right, everybody, at this stage, I am procrastinating. We have just customized the Star Wars control knob from movie 9 that Matt has wonderfully donated to the build. The finish was done last week. We have installed the strings and the headless tuning tremolo system. The locking controls up here are all done. I'm leaving the strings long for now. I'll chop those off in a bit. I've got to do the wiring, and in that, because I'm doing the wiring, because I need to do the wiring, I'm going to do something else, and that is just put the truss rod, the strap buttons on, and be done. No, we're going to finish the guitar. We are. Anyway. Whew. Is that all right?
Yes. Dan Peacock says, it's okay, Bun. I'm an EE, electrical engineer.
Okay.
Many years ago, and wiring scares me too. I hate the fear of burning myself with the iron.
I just don't particularly enjoy it, and I do burn myself every now and then, but the issue is more that it's just damned annoying. It's not the fun bit. But yeah, being an electrical engineer who doesn't like soldering is, I suppose, not necessarily a deal breaker, is it?
Tutankhamun says, Ben, you've totally forgotten my idea of sanding the sides of the tremolo system to match the sides of the fretboard.
Ah, good point. Yes, and I don't have the time for that. Funnily enough, the sides of the fretboard actually disappear in some lights. Okay, I need this. I need to think. That's what I need to think. I like the idea of having it on this section here, on the... But that pushes the guitar off. So it's going to have to go there. Okay, so what we've got, people, what we have got is an angle there. Come on, Mr. Crow. Oh! And that doesn't really fit. That angle doesn't feel right for a strap button. Should be something like that, really. So what I'm going to do is pre-drill with a standard bit at an angle for this to sit in. So the strap button is going to be like that. Let's find the right drill bit. 11 millimeters, almost.
There's a suggestion to put it on the back like an SG from Dan Peacock.
That is an option, except for the fact that I've gone to a lot of trouble to make that all very, very pretty and very comfortable as well, and I don't want the strap to be there. Okay, so you start going straight in. Check. Get the speed right. So we're nearly there. There we go. So that sits in there. Take a little bit further. Did that frighten you? Frightened me. Just grabbed a little bit. Okay.
Lots of people saying, nope, no, don't. Ben, no, don't.
I got it.
And the big unit wants to know if the strap will still fit over the knob.
Yep, it will. And if it doesn't, I'll turn a custom one and we'll be back next week. No, it fits. It fits. It's fine. There you go. See, this time I didn't put the screwdriver away and then I couldn't find it because it wasn't away.
Just can't win.
There we go. Back. No. Do you know? Sexy ass guitar. That's for damn sure. Okay, so option 1 is here, which is a strange place, but it's pretty cool. Option 2 is here, which wouldn't really work. The strap would then have to come in through the back. Another option is bang in the middle of the about there, which I think would be the most attractive, and also doesn't cause a trouble. So
Calls to check your mic.
okay. Why, thank you everybody. Okay, Talitha, could you do a poll?
Top horn? Top... what's it called?
So really it is one on the side. Let's just get my microphone back. We back? We're back. Thank you for the heads up, everybody. Okay, so poll. We either want a strap button here on the end of the body or here on the back. These strings are tickling the back of my head. It's infuriating.
They've also been, someone said be careful of your eyes with those string ends.
Yes, no, I'm being aware of them.
I can't remember who, but someone asked if a couple of the strings are touching the aluminium, does that mean the risk of string breakage is bigger?
If they are touching the aluminium, it's incredibly likely. With about 1,000,000 times less pressure. This is scientifically accurate, by the way, than the same string touching the aluminium nut less than 1 inch away from it. It's not going to be an issue.
Okay.
There's also no movement, no backwards and forwards, or no appreciable movement there.
And Elliot McCann says, don't do a poll, let Rich choose.
Rich keeps on saying that he wants us to do what we want, but what does Rich say?
I don't know if Rich is in the chat today. I haven't seen him.
So I'm just stretching the strings here because 1:15, child finishes at 3:30. Yeah. What's the poll say? What's it saying at the moment?
54% back.
Cool. Apparently my front door needs charging.
A. Adam to Remember says, Rich isn't in the chat, you can't tag him.
Oh, you can only tag people if they're in the actual chat. That's good to know. And it makes sense as well, come to think of it.
Yeah, it does. I can't.
Okay, cool. Well, anyway, look, we'll give the poll another minute. And I've managed to do these strings, which is good.
And procrastinated a bit more.
We've got time.
While you're procrastinating,
Yeah.
super chat from Springy.
Springy.
A tongue twister. Straight springs and stringy things sing.
Okay. Haha! Did you see me reach for the headstock to tune it?
That's something Rich is going to have to get used to too.
He is. This is an amazing... I mean, I built it.
You're not biased,
I
right?
am not biased or anything, but oh, I like it. All right, end the poll. What are we looking at?
%52% the back.
Cool. You are right. You are right. There we go.
John Savage says, if Ben wants some more procrastination fodder, there's a epoxy splurge along the back edge of the aluminium as well.
All right. Thank you much, Nick.
We can just call it battle damage, right?
Trying to get a clean shot without you talking. You're just like so talky, and then you're not talky at all. It's just and then the helicopter comes.
It's so easy to take audio from somewhere else and cover talking. I don't know what the issue is.
I try and give my editors the best possible footage to start with, Talitha, and then see where it goes from there.
You're so considerate like that.
There you go, that should do it. Okay, so we've got strap buttons now, and yeah, we'll see. Now it is true, I might have to push this strap button up a fraction in order for it to work. The problem is I don't actually have a strap down here. I need to run up to the house and grab one in a second. So well, let's tidy up a little bit, and I will consider doing that.
Phil Wild says, have I missed Ben making the trem cavity cover, or is it not having one?
No cover is required. There are lots of guitars, lots of high-end guitars where they just don't do it. In fact, you tend to have, if you look at, for example, the PRS, the Silver Sky, the new budget version of it has one, but the expensive US made doesn't. And frankly, I like the look of that. Okay, cool. Let's put that there for now. While we're on the strap button, I'm going to run up to the house and grab one. We'll then chop the ends of the strings off and get the wiring done, because we are pretty much there, everybody. While I'm doing that, I'll get the soldering iron out and heating up. And yeah, we'll leave Talitha alone in the workshop. No squirrels this time, please. Thank you.
Squirrels?
Yep, appreciate that.
Shucks.
What have we got? That should do. I've got a little soldering iron holder thing that I just want to, yeah, will that live in there? No, you see, that's the thing, it touches. Oh, we're good.
Done procrastinating?
I'm not procrastinating, I don't procrastinate. Okay, so that should be on. That's warming up. That's all good. Yeah, I'm really happy with how this is turning out. My mind is blown. I will be back in a couple of minutes.
Okay.
Don't do anything.
Paulie Worthington asks who's the oldest, Ben or me. Ben is 15 months older than me. I'm there are 4 siblings in the family. I'm the youngest. camera looking at?
Howdy. There we go. I couldn't find the one I wanted, but found the one I needed. What does she do, everyone?
They're not going to tell because I control the chat.
Pooh. Do-do. Yep, that works. Sorted. Yeah. Nothing to worry about. It's like it doesn't have frets at all. It's amazing. Anyway, that works. It works well. And yeah, it fits. It's a tad awkward to get on when you've got a really thick one like this, but it's fine. And the other end of the strap isn't where I thought it was going to be, because of you, really. Okay, come on then. Let's have a look at this. Questions, queries, comments, criticisms, constructive, please.
Next time on episode 11, Ben starts the wiring. Suggestions of using strap locks?
I do think that strap locks are not a bad idea on this guitar. Not a bad idea at all.
Eric Jewel Bennett, start again.
Do you have a bin I could put it in?
Well, you can keep it, start again.
Okay.
Steve Butcher, looks to be a ding on the fretboard, high E string side near the nut.
There is. There actually is. I'm going to fill that with a little bit of enamel paint or something like that.
How is that possible?
Spotted. How is that possible? I dinged it with a drill bit because I'm an idiot. Okay, so what I need to do is think, really. And that sucks because I'm not best suited to thinking. Now, where I go, not that one. Nope, I don't have the correct book here. It's literally just Seymour Duncan's website is the best for wiring diagrams. So
Steve Butcher says the ding he was talking about was much nearer the nut than where you were looking.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, that's been on there forever. Fair enough.
2 dings to fix.
Do 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 do.
Is that a camper or a welding station?
Yeah, good point.
Oh,
Big ass welding station. Okay. So I'm just going to go and just draw what I feel I need. So we don't have a tone control currently. Wow, guitarelectronics.com is coming up. You have to talk to me, Talitha. Ask me questions. We're all bored at this point.
I thought you were concentrating on the wiring.
No, entertain. Please. We're desperate. Save us!
Base6 says anything to avoid the wiring. He'll start deliberately denting the guitar for things to, quotations, fix.
This is a very good point.
There was a question earlier, I can't remember who asked it, but it was something along the lines of, what is the one book every guitar builder should have?
Well, I haven't finished writing yet. Carpiano Natelson for acoustics. And the Sharpening book by Ron Hock.
Spank FPV says don't start wiring without drilling the output jack, but you've already done that.
Yeah, no, we've done that. That's in the other end. That's all fine. Anyway, this is a fairly straightforward thing. I thought that it would be, well, that's not an issue. Anyway, so we've got our volume. That goes to ground. That's your out. And this one here is your in. So that's the basic diagram. That's to jack. Going there. This is your in. So we're going to have our switches daisy chained. Daisy chained, is that the correct term? Pickup goes into the switch somewhere and then out of the switch, so I need to have a look at that at this point.
Fukami says, since Ben's bored, would you rather do the wiring now or in episode 11?
I'd rather somebody else did it. Episode 11. So, in all seriousness, I was going to sit down for an hour before this, so it was all fresh in my mind, and troll around with wiring diagrams, etc. Instead, I spent an hour trying to figure out why I couldn't get the Kemper to get into this system without blasting everybody's ears. So, yeah, it was problematic. Yeah, that's it. So join the two. That goes out, and then we'll just see what it actually does. Cool.
Aaron Bax says, procrastinators unite tomorrow. And Gody the Roadie, super chat,
Cool.
says, audio taper and linear pots, what are your thoughts?
Audio taper for volume, linear for tone. I think. Every single time I have to think about it, because I don't wire all the time or ever, really. I need to go and double check myself. But basically, there is a call for using both. And it does sound better. Okay, so. Now my issue actually is that my extension lead is down there powering a camera.
Your extension lead for what?
For my soldering iron.
Oops.
Well, it's the first time I've done this. It's the first time I've wired a guitar using this new system, I think. Okay.
What about this one?
Yeah, if you could get that to me, that'd be great, actually. I had forgotten that was in here.
Where is it plugged in then?
Here you go. That's better. Okay, so you clean the tip of your soldering iron with water, then put a little bit of solder on the tip. Then you look at the not guitar, because we moved everything. Okay. Now what I want to do is pre-tin the bits. That's going to be going to ground. So you can see a little bit of brown, and that is the flux in this old solder. And I'm just going to go through and tin all of the switches here. That'll do. Now the reason to do this is that when you are applying your heat later on, everything goes together pretty much straight away. Okay, so here's my jack socket. Same thing. Now I'm not entirely sure which of these is live and which of these is the switch. Yes, I need a helping hand. Come on. Poop! Get out of there. Fine, helping hands it is. Ask me questions, Talitha. This is already annoying.
Ian Davis.
Ian.
Just wanted to say, as a total non-musician, that I always find these streams highly watchable, so kudos to Ben for creating a great stream series. I hope to introduce my grandchildren to this series.
Thank you very, very much. I'm assuming you're a maker as well? If not a guitar builder or guitar maker, a maker of a creative. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, so what we've got here is a little bit of stuff that zoomed off. The solder sucker picks that up, gets it out the way. Go on. The last thing I want to do is short everything. Like that. There we go. Get off there.
There's recommendations that you should have a fan to blow away the fumes so you're not breathing them in.
Yes, that's true as well.
And When the Light Dies says, please Ben, buy yourself a Weller soldering station and you'll never have to procrastinate again when it comes time to install some damn electronics.
Talitha, could you take a note of that for me, please? And thank you for the tip. Okay, so we have got all of that done. Now, who was it that kept on shouting at us to drill the...
Jack socket.
No, not jack socket, the ground hole.
Oh, that.
Yeah, that was last week, wasn't it?
Oh, I can't remember.
Well, whoever it was, we need to say thank you because I completely forgot we'd done it, and I was suddenly like, oh man, I've got to do that. No, there's a hole there. Yeah, so that's good.
Go to the roadie. That was me.
Go to the roadie, thank you very much. Like, seriously, thank you. Okay. So that's in. Wire strippers just to strip the end off. Twizzle that up.
Shvalian says, thumb press repeatedly to clear the desolder pump tip without dragging it on the workbench.
Okay, good tip. Now, one thing that a lot of people say you shouldn't do is blow on the solder to cure it.
Cool it.
To cool it down, because apparently you're adding moisture and thus weakening the whole joint, etc. That I have on very good authority is just utter bull. And it always felt like a myth to me. But anyway, so that is our ground going from the spring bath to the back of the pot, and I'm just going to solder that in place now as well. I must say I love the red. Questions, Talitha? This is going to get boring.
Paulie Worthington has just joined the All That Jazz membership.
Paulie, I very much appreciate your support. I'm looking forward to giving you oodles of extra content to enjoy. With the new system, we are seriously gearing up to actually, for the first time in forever, being ahead of ourselves, content-wise. I know, Talitha, I've been promising you for years. Okay, let's just get that out the way entirely then.
Paul Cook, I love the smell of solder in the morning. That should be on a t-shirt.
T-shirt, Talitha. Pro-coffee nation. Coffee
I know what you're
by
trying
way
to
of
get at, but
procrastination. Please, pro-caffeination. Somebody pro-caffeination. So, somebody mentioned something along those lines earlier. I forget the exact words, and I love it. Okay, so I've scratched this surface to give the solder something to grab onto, and because it's quite big, it takes quite a bit of heat to get the solder to actually stick. We'll see. I think that's okay. Talitha, keep us entertained, please. You're just doing it because I told you to stop talking like once earlier on, aren't you? There we go, that's holding nice. So that's our ground done, and we can call it a day.
Matt Roman wants to know if you've ever heard of Death Wish coffee.
I actually think I have.
I think, didn't someone send that to you once?
It's entirely possible.
Thomas Corral. Procaffeinate is an actual word in the dictionary. It means to put off doing any substantial work whatsoever until you've had your first cup of coffee for the day.
In the dictionary. I love it. Okay, I'm chopping the end of that off because I don't like it. It insulted me.
The Big unit. I always use my Dremel with the abrasive cone-shaped tip to mar up pot backs and cleats for good solder unions. I suppose the same concept as you scoring the back of the aluminium before you glued it.
Yeah. Yes, exactly the same thing. And what I did here was I just used a we used a scalpel and scratched it up. It was fine. Okay, so we've got 3 different pickup wires, and they're all different lengths, and they started out the same length. So I know which is which. So that's absolutely fine. And they're single coils, so we've got ground and live. So I'm just going to, well, start soldering really. Now, do I want to chop them up, or do I want to keep them in there just long and looking cool? Probably the latter, just for fun. You see? No, you can't see because you're not looking at what I'm looking at. Gosh darn it, Ben. Horrific camera person.
Super chat from Terry Love.
Terry.
I think he's just popped out for lunch and he's come back. Wow, they said the chicken jalfrezi was hot and spicy. They lied. It was super hot and spicy. I could breathe on Ben's solder to melt it.
Dude, I feel your pain.
No, I'm hungry for lunch.
No, let's do this properly and carefully. So this is my neck. I chop it up. There we go. You de-sleeve it. I'm being quiet just to leave that thought in your head. Those who know, know. And yeah, that just pushes back a little bit. And you sort it. Now this is going to end up being soldered to the same area here, or to the pot, to bring everything to ground. And just because I'm worried about this pushing its way up over time, I'm gonna use some heat shrink. I don't think that's quite big enough. That'll do.
Tutankhamun, show Terry some love. Leprechaun, Terry Love, I wish you luck, brother.
Yeah, it's tomorrow that's an issue.
Ashley Freeze, pro-caffeination, better latte than ever.
Okay, so that is my neck. Tin. And install.
Lisa says, I'm so surprised he isn't using a pair of strippers. They make life so much easier.
I do on plastic on plastic-based stuff. But actually, my wire stripper is right next to the scalpel blade that I used. And I used the wire stripper for the shielding wire, just not this piece. So
Yeah.
I don't even know. I'm surprised too.
William Federley says, lol, interesting. You say use the right tools for the job, but you're using a scalpel to strip your wires when you have wire strippers right there.
Yep. Do what I say, not what I do. Or something. I don't know.
Shane Doherty, at least he's not using his teeth.
This is true. All right, people, I'm bored. You have to give me questions. Send through super chats, please. We do appreciate the support, but also it guarantees I answer your question. If you have anything you need to know that you know, or want to question me on, question away. This is going to take a little while, and I really don't like the fact that we got so bored last time. There we go. Look at that.
Using the stripper.
Yep. And I've been left with a little just thing that I need to use the skull to get rid of.
Lisa Harshberger, did someone say Ben is stripping on stream?
Nobody
Well,
wants to,
technically.
nobody wants to see that.
Mark Jennings, super chat.
Go on, Mark.
What's the fastest land mammal in Europe?
Ben running away from a wiring job?
Is that from a Monty Python thing?
No, that's a swallow that you're thinking of, I think.
Okay. Paul Cook says we didn't get bored. It was a combination sanding and Q&A stream.
It was. Okay, well at this stage, I'm bored.
Terry Love, it's not boring. I'm on the edge of my seat waiting for Ben to grab the hot end of the iron.
Oh, I've done that. I have so done that. Not this time, though.
Mark Jennings, righto, got to go to meetings, can no longer listen, laters.
Cheers, Mark. Have a good one.
Terry Love says everyone who has sold it has done that. Grabbed the hot end, I imagine.
True. Yes, absolutely.
Fast swipe, how many GGB entries so far? I've honestly lost count.
It's not as much as... it's not a hey, lost count sort of a thing. We are probably talking about 70 or 80 in the scratch build at this stage, I think. And 25 to 30 in the kit. There are... Last time I looked, which was a couple of days ago...
There's at least a dozen in the professional.
It was at a dozen. The last time I looked, it was only 8.
I've been sending out invites to the...
Of course you have.
So I think it's yeah, and there's also at least a dozen who are have joined the community since the video was updated.
Yes, and on top of that, you've got the freestyle, which I saw had 7 or 8 last time.
Yeah.
I checked.
Super chat from Goody the Roadie.
Goody the roadie, what have I forgotten now?
Have you heard of the 18 volt and 24 volt EMG mod?
Not that I know of. But then again, I haven't touched EMGs in rather a long time.
Graham B suggests we have a poll to see if everyone thinks Ben will get the wiring right on the first time, or we'll have to do it twice.
I'm almost certain to have to do it twice. Because, to be frank, I'm not entirely sure what's going to be happening with these switches. I'm not entirely sure which way the switch is going to be up and what's going to be kill or not. I am even at the moment thinking that potentially what I should have done is soldered all of those to the center point and hadn't kill on one side and out on the other. I just don't know how it's going to work, so I'm literally just soldering away. I'm fully expecting to have to move things around. So we'll see. Okay, so since we're here, what do we have? Nah. Fine.
Super chat from Lisa Harshberger.
Lisa.
I can't afford shipping, so what kind of oil is good for Koa mango wood?
Wow,
I don't think I want to stain a violin style body.
I like tongue oil. It's natural, but it takes a lot longer to apply. I would also suggest a good teak oil, although I'm now very allergic to it. I developed a reaction, and it does depend on where you are and who your supplier is on what you actually get. Yeah.
FAV Guitars or Fav Guitars, super chat.
Thank you.
CNC for great guitar build-off, cheating or a valid way to express creativity?
I think there are now more guitar builders using CNCs than none, and it's absolutely valid. I used to feel the other way. I used to think that a CNC machine was a cheat, but then again I was also an idiot who thought that somebody remixing somebody else's songs to a new beat was not a real musician. In fact, I'm pretty sure I can be quoted as saying, unless you can play something with strings or keys, you're not a musician. And I was very, very wrong. So yeah, no, a CNC is absolutely valid. 3D printers, CNC machines, bring it on. Like Babylon. Why did I say that? Doesn't even make sense.
So we need to welcome PFY Guitars to All That Jazz membership.
Welcome, welcome.
And there's a super chat from Thomas St. George's.
Hi.
Have you asked Paul Jackman for the invitational?
Who's Paul Jackman? I think I'm probably going to get shouted at now. Somebody has to tell me.
Shout at Ben in the comments.
So the invitational is not... the invitational is mainly so that we can have people with relatively large followings on YouTube already, and not necessarily guitar builders or guitar based, who can bring their audience, i.e. a new audience, to the competition. I pulled that a little bit too fast to delaminate, and hopefully, raise the profile of the competition and introduce new people into it.
Yeah, he says really good maker, YouTuber, funny as hell.
Okay, Talitha, could you make a note of it, please?
And Piece of make. Super chat.
Yeah.
Just fishing for pity. Currently editing, and it seems I lost an SD card with 32 gigabytes of video footage.
Ah.
Ouch. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, been there. I feel your pain.
That's not as bad as what I did once.
What did you do once?
Have I told you about... So, Sunrise Productions.
Oh yeah, you told me about that one. Lol.
Yeah. So, the director was... I worked on Zimbabwe's first ever full-length animated feature film back in 2001, 2002. And when we wrapped up production, the director was editing this movie down for a TV release. And at that point I was animating a short TV series for something else. And we were using the same computer to edit. So I was editing the shorts and he was editing the full movie. And I saved my 15-minute edit over his full movie. And I just wanted to curl up and die. It was awful. Thankfully, he had the original and written down everything he'd already done. He was, I think, halfway through. Yeah, that was bad.
So you couldn't revert?
Couldn't undo it because it was a really, well, it was 2002, 2003. PC, probably Adobe Premiere. I can't remember what we were using. But yeah, I saved my edit, so I just saved it over his. And once you shut down the program, that's it. Then he came back to carry on his project after lunch, and it was gone.
Yeah. Funnily enough, he is one of the reasons why I got into guitar building.
He was a pretty good guitarist.
He was a pretty good guitarist. He was a lodger in our house at one point. And he had a super cool guitar. Let's change the camera thing here. Yeah, he had an Ibanez or something really nice, and I remember how cool it felt holding that thing. And that was it, pretty much. Done.
Mr. Nathan, has Ben actually stayed still in that shot for over 5 minutes? Shocking, I know.
Well, we'll see.
Bartissimo, do you think Paul Sellers would be interested in the Invitational?
No, Paul has, whenever I've asked him to do any sort of collaboration, point blank refused. He doesn't see the value in it. Which is fair enough.
So Benny in the chat says, I signed up with a Scratch build but never got my link for my profile to upload my social media and pics. If that's the case, it probably just means that I'm a bit behind in sending those invites. So be patient and I will sort it out this evening or tomorrow.
I did think that somebody else was supposed to be doing that.
She's doing the vouchers.
It's a manual process essentially.
Yeah, it's a little time consuming. Darren Lutz says, Ben, if you only had the means, i.e. money, to do one of two things, which would you do? Get tickets to go see Sting on his current tour, or buy a kit to build your first guitar? Which would you do?
Oh, kit, emphatically. One is an experience that lasts an hour or two, and you might end up sitting next to the wrong person. The other is an experience that come on.
Could last a lifetime, and you're left with a physical thing that you can treasure.
Yeah. I'm not happy with that. I've melted the stuff. So yeah, no. In all seriousness, and you know, I'm not saying that in the hope that you will potentially come to buy a Crimson kit or anything like that. I don't care where you go. I am saying it because no matter who the artist is, unless maybe the Beatles came back from the dead and did one last bash. Hi. You know, something like that. Sting's going to, you know, that night's going to live forever, isn't he? Okay.
Cooper Radley, is this the final day or the final day of the build?
It is 2:15. I do need to pick my smallest child up from school at some point, so if this goes horrifically wrong, it might actually have to go over, but I seriously doubt that at this stage. I hope that worked out. It wasn't metal, anyway. So we've got pickups going in to the ends. We've got a central cable going all through the center to the outside. I'm hoping that means we've got 2 kill sections, and we should be all right. This goes out. I just need, and I am doing lots of black wire just because I like the look of black wire, and it's such a simple diagram. You don't need to color code things. I just need to have a ground wire going to the jack, and we'll see what happens.
Super chat from Austerium.
Austerium, that is such a cool name.
Not good at routing. Is it viable to put in a battery box using Forstner bits and chisels?
Yes, absolutely. But practice your routing. Routing is a fairly essential part of life. Okay, now the other thing that I haven't done yet is I haven't grounded all 3 of these to the earth, basically. So
Super chat from the big unit.
my man.
Ben, I listened to Bruce Dickinson's autobiography after
yeah.
your recommendation, and it was excellent.
It really was, wasn't it? Talitha, have we set up an Audible affiliate thing yet?
Ricky's looking into it.
Speaking of affiliates, we should now have an actual Crimson Guitars affiliate program on the website and linkable, and something that people can go and join if you have any following of any sort and want to, you know, promote us and therefore make a little bit of money for yourself. I would love it if you would.
You didn't let me finish Big Unit's question.
Didn't I?
No.
Flip, I'm so sorry. Yes, it's a good book. I'm glad that you listened to it, and I'm going to shut up now.
He said, have you listened to Rob Halford's Confess?
No, I have not. Talitha, please take a note of it. I will buy it immediately. I listen to so many audiobooks. I'm currently listening to Raw Spirit by Ian Banks. He's the he is Ian Banks, Ian M. Banks if you're into sci-fi, or Ian Banks into his less sci-fi sort of stuff. But Raw Spirit is him travelling around Scotland with his mates, drinking whiskey and talking about distilleries and visiting hundreds of distilleries. I read it once as a physical book, and I'm now listening to the audio. Why?
Because I can.
But you know that distracts me.
Fine, I'll stop distracting you.
So those two are soldered together there. That one is now soldered to the pot. I just need to add a little bit of solder here and we'll be sorted.
Please, guys, keep recommending people you think should be invited to the invitational in the chat and also in the comments of the GGBO announcement video, and we'll pick up on those and follow through on some of them.
It's not only the invitational. If you know somebody who is a professional builder who you think could do with being in the professional category, let them know that you think they should. That would be awesome, and yeah. Bring it on.
Lisa says, what did you just do? Multiple question marks. Burn two cables together?
Okay, hold on. The pickup wires, this is metal. They're shielded cables, so that's acting as the ground for the pickups, and essentially is my ground line. So yeah, those three are now, it's grounded, which means that if the outside of it touches something else that I don't want it to, it'll short it out. That's why I've also got the heat shrink there. Oh, look at that, guys. Looks like we're finishing. Tanya.
I won't go into details, but would you like a sandwich or a roll or something?
Is he okay?
Yes, he's fine, yes. Would you
Okay.
like a...
Good. Everybody wants to know if he's broken or not.
No, we don't think it's broken, no.
Okay.
He was absolutely, by the time we'd waited an hour, he was absolutely fine.
Okay.
So we decided we would,
Fair enough.
yes.
Okay. Honestly, I'm okay for the minute. No, tell you what, if that's okay, a sandwich would be great.
A sandwich,
Yeah.
yeah.
And then you're going to go and pick Byron up.
I'll go pick Byron up, but obviously be aware that Orson...
Is at the house, yeah. We're not too far off, as long as this is actually going according to plan, which I'm entirely sure it is. Alright, there you go, people. So yeah, we're definitely finishing. Tanya is back. The boy is okay. He just sprained himself, which is about par for the course, really. Now this is not going all the way through into the area that is painted with the shielding paint, so it's not going to be an issue. That is my ground, and this here is my live. Now, I'm also uncertain which of those two it's supposed to go on. How many people are is there an actual book on whether this is going to work first time?
No, I never did the poll. Darren Lute says my son's name is also Byron.
You have great taste.
Terry Love, is Byron the type of brother to smack Orson's bad hand?
Yes, but not necessarily on purpose.
Super chat from Shock the Fox.
Shock the Fox, howdy!
He says Key Woodworks and Korma Project need to be in the invitational.
Alright, we'll take a note, Letha.
I'm taking photographs of people's comments so I can go back and make a list. And King Bob's Guitar says ham and cheese on rye with extra mayo, please.
Okay, so there's a very simple, your signal comes in from the pickup, and if you can in your mind follow where it's going to go, hopefully it works. So I've got the pickups all going to the switches, in at the end. The central section is going from each pickup out to here. The end of the pot is the in. Goes through the pot, the potentiometer does what it wants, and it goes out from there to the jack. Everything needs to be connected to ground. The ground is connected from here to the pot, from here to the pot. Those three ground wires are all connected to each other and to the ground, and also to the shielding paint, etc. It might actually do something, or it might not. There's two potential issues. I'm not sure if I've soldered to the correct places in the switches for it to do what I want it to do, and I'm also not sure if I've soldered the out to the right toggle on this jack. I've seen multiple different ones and you just never really know. So there we go. I'm not going to screw the jack in.
Eric Jules says there's this guy called Paul Reed Smith. Have you heard of him?
Hack. Yes, why?
Oh, we were talking about invitationals and professional builders.
Oh, yeah. Well, see, you jest. I do think that it would be great if larger companies actually got involved. Yeah, I think that would be really cool. Now, tell you what. Can't make it one night.
Shvalian says Ben needs a modern tool called a multimeter.
Ben, oh, my darling, you are wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you. Drive safe. Multimeter's well and good. I've got one. I don't necessarily know how to interpret the magicness. Okay. I'll have that sandwich in a minute when I'm not quite so excited. Okay, is this even plugged in? Haha. No. What's that? What's that? Where's my power supply? I don't know. Oh. That. 28mm to 200mm. That needs to go to Crimson. There it is. I got it. Okay, so that's the Kemper, and that's just a buffing wheel. Fine. We're fine. We're good. We have power. Oh, quickly plug it in. Uh-huh. Okay, so what I don't have. Okay, so my out is working, but my switches aren't. So we have noise. Cool. I take it back, everything works, it's perfect! Huh. We've got 2 positions that are on and 1 that is off. And it's fine. Check it out. So you've only got the actual kill switch thing when you've got 1 pickup going, but who I'm so successful.
Super chat from Terry Love.
Hi, Terry.
He says, yay, it works. Now Ben needs to get someone who can play to test it.
Those 3 little things. 3 little things there, Talitha. Put Terry in a timeout.
Are you serious?
No, I love him too much. I owe him that one. Well, I can turn the soldering iron off actually, which is great. I need to screw in the... I need to do the jack. Now. Which is good. Put that there for now.
Tutankhamun says, time to change time out to Terry out.
Bring it on.
And Rich Garner says, super chat, it was never in doubt. He's finally done it. 10/1 as in
10 and 1.
10 days, 1 day.
I don't know how many people actually guessed 10 days right at the beginning. Okay, that's actually not a nice screw. Hold on. These are the screws that came with it, but I don't like those. Let's replace them.
Shane Doherty says, congrats, Bun. Thought for sure you'd be making a phone call, lol.
Meanie. But then again, on balance of evidence, Not great. Give me questions, Talitha. Come on.
Super chat from Josh Tice.
Josh.
Looking forward to the next fence post build video.
Yes, you and me both. Oh, here we go. So what I've got here is the screws that came. No. Come on, man. These will do. They're nicer. Okay, so yes, that. Oh my god. That's a good quality screw, that is. Please don't quote. Hi, what's up?
Mr. Nathan says, does Ben live next to an airport? Lots of flight activities going on today.
There is a lot of flight activity going on today. We don't live near an airport. I don't know what it is, to be honest.
And a super chat from the big unit.
One of my favourite people of all time.
I love this guitar, but it was clear Ben was ready to be done with it. Success. On to the next mountain to climb.
Yes, I am ready to be done with it, and not because of the guitar, it is because I understand that I've got the hand tool only build and my daughters to build to do as well. I really do have an issue. You know, we joke and jest about procrastination and all that, and I have so many things on that I need to do, and I really want to finish those guitars.
We really want you to finish them too. Go to the roadie. We still have 3.5 hours to go. Never any doubt it wouldn't work, but at least the claw ground was drilled early enough.
Yeah, it was. Hold on, let me pre-tap with this one.
Shane Doherty wants to know if you've decided on the next theme for the next live stream build.
Actually finishing it in one day.
That's the theme.
That's the theme.
So, simple, streamlined, uncomplicated, classic. No Benisms.
What's a Benism? Would we be here if I just built standard boring guitars? Probably not.
Streamlined and simple and classic isn't boring.
Are we actually almost done? Are we like done?
Super chat from Gunnytron.
Gunnytron.
Yep.
Hi.
I have a 1990s MIJ, Michael Jackson soloist. It has a thumbnail-sized chip in the black paint, trim cavity. What's the best way to repair it?
Michael Jackson soloist.
MIJ Jackson soloist.
Jackson's a guitar company. It's
Okay.
fine. I'm not going to take the piss out of you, Talitha, because I believed you for a second. A big chip out of the body.
A big chip in the black paint, trim cavity, thumbnail-sized chip.
I'm going to assume that you have some black nail polish. That's what you do. Okay. Sorry, yes, black nail polish, fill it in, wait for it to dry. Put in another bit, wait till it to dry until you've got a mound that's a little bit taller than the guitar. Take a razor blade, put a piece of tape around both edges, and that will sit at just above the level of the top of the body. Scrape back the finish until it's basically flat, and then you can sand it and buff it with micro mesh or different grades of sandpaper, etc. and buff. That's the closest way with, yeah, that would work very well. You could also use Starbond Black super glue, which would work. I think that's a finished guitar. Bye now. See you next stream. Hold on. Let's have a go. Put a strap on it. Put it through this amp just to make sure that I'm actually right, and then we can play with the Kemper and see exactly what's actually happening. I might kill your ears while we're about it. We'll have to take some B-roll as well. There really is a lot of air traffic going on at the moment, isn't there?
That's a helicopter though.
This is, you'll note, Talitha, I used the word air traffic rather than aeroplanes,
Yeah.
because helicopters are, by definition,
Yeah.
coptering with helis in the air.
We are quite close to one of the major hospitals in the area, so it's possibly air ambulances going over, stuff like that.
Most of it is just hobbyists playing around, really. Let's...
And Adam, to remember, wasn't there a child
Hey.
to collect?
Sorry, what was that?
Wasn't there a child to collect?
Yes, but Tanya came home with the other child, so she is going to go and pick him up, and that's all good.
Here's an interesting question. Oh, Steve Herbert says the RAF have heard that Ben is finished.
One of my favourite comments last time. Go on. There we go. See, it works. I do think that a locking system would probably be better. I do. One of my favourite comments last time was the UN was in session, and somebody said, do you think they're going to interrupt the UN to tell them that Ben has actually finished this time?
That would have been extreme.
It amused me.
Yeah. So this is a question from Hand Tool Builds.
Hi.
Says, Ben, I cut
Yo.
a neck from a maple blank, planed it flat, cut the truss rod channel and sawed it to thickness. Then it obviously twisted. How long should it rest before I plane it flat again?
Generally, when you cut a piece of wood, you need to leave it generally for a few weeks or so to see. However, once you cut it, if it's going to twist, it generally twists pretty much straight away. So
We should have sent Rich a WhatsApp to make sure he tuned in today.
I think that he will know that it's coming, and he'll watch. It's fine. Crikey, what was I talking about?
I don't know. Twisting. Necks.
That's it. Yeah. It'll do what it wants to do, and it generally does it fairly rapidly. But yeah, leave it for a week or so in between operations if you have that, if you can. Now the thing is, you've already left it for a few weeks and it has already moved, so plane it back now and see what happens and assess. Now this is a really low action with basically no relief.
People are laughing at you for trying to tune it at the headstock. And where's the tremor?
Doesn't matter, I've never used a tremor in my life.
Okay.
Successfully. So there's no frets, it's amazing!
That's not the Star Wars theme.
No, I'm not doing that. Yeah. So just checking.
I thought you were going to play Top Gun. I thought you were going to bust out the Top Gun theme tune. And Bartissimo wants to know how much you're going to offer Rich so you can keep the guitar.
So the Top Gun theme tune was the very first thing that I ever learned how to play on a guitar, and it was on a sort of shitty Fender Strat copy found in my friend's cupboard that only had 2 strings on it, and were the top 2 strings. So that was literally what I just did there was... Oh. Alright, so I need to adjust... So the truss rod does need a little bit of movement. That's off. We've got a functioning guitar, people. At this point, we're finished. We done? It's a build. It's a guitar. It's built. It's like an instrument.
There are questions of how it feels to you.
Amazing. Although obviously the action. So it feels like a fretless instrument, and it feels a bit strange. I do need to. Yeah. It doesn't feel like there are any frets, but there are frets. So basically the whole thing feels a lot slinkier and a hell of a lot faster than... I am going the wrong way. The hell? You guys are so confuserating.
So sorry. Mike Hubert wants to know why the truss rod needs to be adjusted.
Because the neck was too straight. So I'm confused because I'm putting the Allen key in from underneath the damn guitar, and it's just weird. So we had a we had a little bit of a backbone before we put the strings in, and the tension on the neck ameliorated that, and we've ended up with a perfectly flat fretboard, which means that I've got a little bit of choking out. Go on. Where are you? Where are you? Dum-de-dum-de-dum-de-dum. It feels like I've got literally zero action here. Like nothing. It's incredible. Okay, fine. Going from there, and maybe... let's tidy up. A little bit more. Do we have any questions?
Paul Needs is wondering if the center pickup is out of phase or reverse wound.
Potentially. They've all gone in... they've all gone in the same orientation, so it's entirely possible that it is. Okay.
Super chat from Paul Needs.
Oh.
It's a bit old. I didn't read it at the time. He wanted me to look out the window when that helicopter went over to see if it was pulling a "Congrats Bun" banner.
Okay, so this is the neck. This is the middle. And this is the bridge. Middle again. Okay, let us see what can be done with the Kemper, maybe. I'm hoping that this is going to work and you're going to get a slightly better, well, basically a live amp being chucked right next to about 14 million things that are going to vibrate, etc. It's never going to, and being recorded direct through a lapel mic doesn't sound great. Look, I'm going to munch my sandwich quickly, actually. So give me questions while I have lunch.
Terry Love says, I assume no neighbours to annoy, just the cows in the field next to the shed. Actually, there's no cows today either.
No, I'm not sure where the cows are, which is good, because I don't particularly enjoy... Cows are scary, yeah? Just a salad sandwich. I'm... most emphatically, it's beyond my lunchtime and I can feel it. So... there you go, let's look at Talitha.
No, you don't have to look at me. Super chat from the big unit, saying, proof that a community voted guitar can be awesome.
Damn right.
Hiram says you should have somebody play the Mandalorian soundtrack before you ship it out.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Paul Cook joke. The cows are freezing cold.
I'm just munching and tidying up at the same time.
Bartissimo says this sounds like a great advert for a new batch of Bond fretboards. And Toby D wants to know what the intonation is like.
Fair point, we'll find the intonation out in a second.
The big unit wants to know if any other Crow siblings work at Crimson. And now it's currently just Ben, myself, and our mother working in admin.
Yeah, the older siblings are not quite of the same stock, shall we say.
You did
Matthew.
offer Matthew a tool making job
Yep.
post heart attack. He's still recovering.
Basically, we're too far away from him, and he has other options.
Shane Doherty says, Ben, while I love poking fun at you here and there, after watching most all of your build videos, you have truly inspired and given me the confidence to finally start my first build. Thank you, sir. I hope you,
Thank you.
I hope you share photographs of your build with us, and it's going to be awesome. E.R. Webster says, Ben, you have a monster CNC at Crimson. Could you start making solid aluminium and steel fretboards?
Probably not steel, but we could do aluminium for sure. Okay. The action's better. The action is closer to what I would normally have now.
Leprechaun's comment just says the Book of Fret.
That's a really good name for a guitar building book. I like it.
Groove Dodger wants to know if the Bond fretboards are radiused or flat, and someone also asked if the edges are rounded over for slide action when you're playing it.
Okay, there we go. The Bond Electric Light fretboard has got a radius. It looks like 10, maybe. And yes, the edges have got a bevel on the edge, and it's all rounded over and supremely comfy. It's really, really nice.
Cool.
Okay. Now, bear in mind that I am emphatically not a guitarist. I'm also not very good at setting up technology, so let's see if this does anything.
While you're doing that, a super chat from John Donovan.
Okay, hi.
He
That's
says,
what I'm after.
feeling a bit crook from having a tooth out this morning.
Oof.
Seeing Boba Fett come to alive has cheered me up no end.
Fantastic. Yeah, teeth and knees. It's two things you want to sort of avoid having issues with, really. Okay. Go on.
So, Steve Herbert.
Steve.
I'm really inspired by Ben's work, so much so that I'm going to build my first sandwich of the week.
Let me just see. Oh, of course, hold on. Somebody forgot that there were kill switches. Haha. Woohoo! Now you can't hear this yet. I'm just tuning. At the headstock, Damn it! Okay, let's see what this does. Could you let us know in the chat if you can actually hear this and if it's actually working? I'm not sure if it's going to be going through both headphones if you're on headphones. We'll see.
Sound, but very quiet. It buzzes. All in the right, only in my left ear. Buzzing. Right ear with hum. And buzz. Sounds like it's in the distance.
Alright. I failed utterly to get this set up properly.
Your lapel mic is buzzing.
Yeah.
Move the soldering iron, go to the road, he says.
Soldering iron's off. So that's fine.
Fast Swipe says you're in a pub toilet with a swarm of bees.
Is it that bad, is it?
Disco Stew says, ow!
Now?
Super chat from Terry Love, is that what they call sustain? Massive sustain, or is it a magic box? Buzz.
Alright, fine. Fine.
I think it's just the latest in EDM.
No, I need to do that. So my issue is that we don't have the ability to hear what's going through the Atom Mini. All I can judge it based on is the movements of that. It's an absolute nightmare. It doesn't have a headphones out. Basically, it's insane. I can only stream and listen to what the stream's doing and trust that it works, and it hasn't. So let's go back and play with a real amp. Play with this amp for now, and then I will see what I can do for the next time. So where we currently sit. We've got some I'm stumbling over myself. I'm not a player, for one, but two, it feels like there's nothing here, nothing at all. It's amazing. Okay, come to me. Let's see what we've got. All right. That's all off. This is plugged in. I think this is basically giving us a bit of an idea of what's going on. Doesn't sound particularly good because we're not recording it properly because I haven't got that sort of a setup done yet. I need to expand the workshop and do things. But yeah, what are the comments saying, Salita? Oh, am I destroying them at this point?
More reverb, play some Metallica. Time to play the Imperial March.
I really should have tried to learn that beforehand. That was Nick. Middle. Bridge. Wow! No frets is weird. Anyway, okay, hold on. So,
Ben?
yeah.
Super chat from Rich.
Shut up!
I'm stuck at
Is
work
he saying
till
shut up?
8. Came in at the right time.
She lives, she breathes. I thought you were going to tell me to stop playing because I'm murdering it already. This is your guitar note. I am, yeah, I'm really happy. Me saying congratulations, it just sounds like I'm picking myself up. Congratulations on winning this beautiful thing. Rich, you are never going to get used to tuning from here and not there. Okay, so the intonation, I haven't adjusted the intonation in any way, shape or form. Oh, come on, we're 5 for 6. 5 for, yeah. That one's slightly out. I keep on missing the fret and just going slightly over.
So Rich says, it's been that long since I last played. I bet Ben's way better than me. And then Austerium says, I'm soloing over Ben's noodles with my telly.
I had forgotten how much I love P90s. So dial back a little bit. The giant control knob's also amazing. This is going to take a real player probably half an hour to actually get comfy with, but I can absolutely see why Bond did what they did, and it feels strange. It does feel strange, but I think once this is the guitar that you play, that's it. You're not going to want to actually play anything else. I think I'm in love. I'm very, very happy that I've got another one of these fretboards. Okay, look, I'm going to stop fizzing about. I'm aware that there's a bunch of us watching, and that's good. I'm going to get some B-roll so we can have a look at what we've created together. And I mean that in all sincerity. We did this together. It is not necessarily something that I would not have made all of these decisions. I would have gone crazy, I would have gone off-piste, I would have done strange things. And we would still be building it. So, there is that. Where are we? 4 hours in, that's not bad going. My gosh. I've just realised that we really should have put the strap button on the other end, because it's got the jack there, which looks like a strap button. So that would have actually matched quite well.
Is your lapel on?
Is my lapel on? My lapel should be on. Yep, my lapel's on.
Okay.
Testing. I can see the lines going up and down. Let's get some B-roll. Let's get some extra shots of this, and we can see what's happening. Let's see if I've missed anything.
Questions like, weren't you meant to be collecting a child from school?
Okay, Tanya came back and made me a sandwich and then ran off. I must admit though that I am sad that Tanya wasn't here for this one. The kids have been on holiday and she's been looking after them mostly, but I do enjoy having her in. But yes, she's gone to pick up the child because she came back with the other one that hurt himself.
Mike Hubert says turn your amp off, and Shane Doherty says there's a hum from somewhere. I can hear it too.
Is that dealt with now? Let me know in the comments. So the Atom Mini Pro, this thing, is what we're going from. That little microphone is on now. And the Atom Mini Pro is a computer that's getting quite warm actually. It feeds out from the side and it's starting to hum. So that could potentially be what the issue is.
It's gone better, much better, that's it. Two
Alright.
super chats.
Well, that's something else that we need to change then, is we need to remove that tiny little microphone, because we'll get rid of that. Super chat leader, how's it going?
Super chat, the big unit says, is designing the next one today still on or no?
No, I don't think so. I don't know. Should we do a poll? How many people are currently watching?
725. And Gertie the Roadie says, don't forget to put the serial number on it. C3P90.
C3P90. That's a good point.
Now people are saying, what happened to the volume? Sound is too low. Ben's lav mic is off.
Off? Oh, it might have now. No.
My mic's fine as well.
No, I'm on. Oh, I know. Hi. Testing. Volume. There we go. My bad. I turned the volume on my mic down manually when I was doing the guitar, because I didn't want to hurt you.
Too much lol. There we go. He's done it. Yay, much better. Put the Crimson logo on it.
Oof. No crimson logo. Okay.
Lisa wants to know, what does sliding down of a fretboard feel like?
It feels fretless. Like seriously, it feels amazing. What do you guys think of the headstock? And what are you laughing at, Talita?
Well, Ben Tyman says the headstock is sick, and he said that before you asked. So it's funny.
Perfect.
Wilson's World 02 says, wow, and it only took 1 day. Well done, Bun.
Just... oh no, I thought I'd pulled camera 3 off. I hadn't. It's just I've been doing this so long that the screen... Yes. 1 day, absolutely. I'm glad you agree.
Tutankhamun says, suspend a crimson logo in the headstock.
Nope, I am absolutely finished. I did consider doing something like that, but then I reconsidered.
David Solinsky, I thought they'd reach 400,000 before he got it done, lol.
If you can make that happen, I'd love it.
Trish Good says that's the sexiest headstock I've ever seen.
I like you. No, I do like the headstock. There was also some people saying that they didn't like this 3D effect, but I think that works too well.
Too well?
I think it works very well. And they just don't understand true art. Okay, well.
Super chat from Texas Made Custom Guitars. Sexiest headstock ever.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Lots of questions as to where the serial number's going, and Astilgar says no serial number equals you haven't finished.
Okay, so the serial number generally gets put on at a later date in any case. I'm not entirely sure what number it is.
It's C3P90.
Oh, of course, sorry. Come on, you guys are confusing the poop out of me. I think C3P90 is the model number. The Crimson serial number thing, I don't want to start messing with that. And I need to find out what that is. I'm going to go and take a bunch of photos of this outside. We're at 3:30 and I think I'm just going to call it a day, and I'm not going to do any more live streams today. I need to, yeah.
Super chat from Renee Monseo saying, a leather bandolier guitar strap, license it.
I would have to license it, wouldn't I?
And Mike Calhoun says, with the head being open and the strings going through it, it can be used as a hard-boiled egg slicer.
I mean, that would get everywhere. That would be horrific. Okay. Okay. I'm so happy. I am so happy. Talitha, okay, I am calling, I'm not gonna stop this video just yet. I do need to record an outro for the actual video on YouTube. So I'm going to film that now. Don't think that's me saying goodbye to you. I'm going to stick around and we're going to answer a bunch of questions and stuff. But then I am going to call it a day. I don't want to go from this feeling which is awesome, to starting the very next project within 5 minutes, not this late in the day. So I'm going to do just a recap of what the guitar looks like, what it feels like, and an outro on the main channel, like, subscribe, all that jazz, and then I'll come back to the stream. Talitha seems like she has something to say. What's up?
Well, there's a quick super chat from Terry before you do
Terry.
that. He says, end the stream, go bask in the glory of completing a very pretty guitar.
Thank you. Eventually, yes. But it's not going to be basking in any glory. I might actually let Talitha use my new camera to take photos of this. She's smiling. That's all good. Okay, here's the outro for the super edit. All right, everybody, thank you very much for watching this one day build. This one day build. That's it. I'm channeling Adam Savage. We're good. I am incredibly happy with how this guitar turned out. It feels even better than I thought it would. It feels like a fretless guitar, but with actual intonation. It feels like there is basically no action, which is strange. I normally play with a very high action and medium jumbo frets. It is just incredible. It will take a little bit of getting used to. I'm not going to say it won't, but when you're used to it, oh holy hellfire. I am very happy with the headstock. I'm very happy with the feel. It sounds incredible. I've just reminded myself how much I love P90s, and having 3, we built this guitar as a collaboration between you guys and myself. From the ground up, every single major design choice was collaborative, and those who say that that dilutes things and would create a poor guitar, they're wrong. I'm just very happy. The calves, people were worried about the access because the top of the horn goes all the way up there. I've got more access. I can actually play. Well, I can't play. It's patently obvious, but if I could play, I could play all the way up. I can tap onto the pickups and everything. You've got all the access you could want. I enjoyed the calves in the back there. That's really pretty. There was a little bit more sanding that I would tend to like. There's a few more angles than I would normally go for, but, well, it doesn't matter what I think. What do you think? Let us know in the comments below. Click like, subscribe if you have not yet done so, and bear in mind this was done as a live stream every single Monday, pretty much every single Monday for the rest of my life. I'm going to be building something on the live stream on the main Crimson Custom Guitars channel from 11 o'clock UK time, and I would love to see you there. Click like, subscribe. Said that. I'm emotionally wrecked. I finished it. It took 9 whole days longer than I thought, but it is definitely 9 whole days worth it. Better. 9 whole days better. That was going to be a beautiful statement of, I don't know, serendipity and synergy. There we go, that's another S word. Somebody slap me, take the camera away. Get out of here. All right, you beautiful people. I'll see you soon. Have a good one. And we're on this Bond Electro Glide fretboard. Oh yes, 'tis the future. And the headstock is sexy as all hell. I'm sure you would agree. Let me know in the comments. Goodbye. And we're back to the live stream.
Jamie Kraut-Kremer says, and scene.
Definitely. So yeah, another 4 hours of building. Probably an hour of that was talking. I do think that just to sort of self-justify myself and feel a little bit better, that if it wasn't for the live stream and if I wasn't answering so many questions and talking to people, which is a part of it that I absolutely love, then it would have been done in 5 episodes. Or 7. Maybe 8.
Maybe 6.
Did you see me pause when I said every Monday 11 o'clock live stream. What went through my head was, now that you've promised that, something's going to happen and you're going to have to, spend every Monday doing something else from now on. You just shouldn't promise things to people. Anyway. And then there were 2 guitar builds.
2 left.
But we're planning on starting a third in moments.
So A Adam to remember says Ben was made for the camera. Just switches it on like that. Magical to watch. Lol.
What was it the other day, Talitha, we were filming? It was the remake of the re-upload of the GGBO video. I was in a bad mood. I was not happy. Not happy in the slightest. And yet, if you go back and watch that video, you will not know. It very much was a case of camera, scene.
Off camera.
I want to kill myself. Take that. I did. One must not make light of suicide. No, I wasn't happy. And it wasn't due to the changes. I was just not having a great day. But talking of GGBO, I am incredibly happy with how the whole thing has come together now, and it's going to be amazing. You're smiling. I like it when you smile because you have an interesting or fun thing to say.
Anthony Cunliffe says, it's been a hell of a day, but what a good day. Thanks very much for a very full day of entertainment and learning. And a super chat from Lisa Harshberger.
Lisa.
She says, treat Talitha to a drink, have a coffee. That is absolutely beautiful and very happy for Rich. Wish it was mine.
I wish it was mine too.
And
who is this rich person anyway?
I don't know who Rich is. Super chat from Granwalla saying, awesome job.
Thank you.
Cody the Roadie super chat. Now you can go and buy a new watch to celebrate.
Don't even. Don't. I went a little bit crazy after the last 3 or 4 years, and I have too many watches, and I need to divest. In fact, I have a bunch up for sale, and I think one of them has actually sold now. They're on consignment. So.
A Adam to remember says, Rich is just a figment of our imagination. I've never seen him, have you?
I have not, no. It's just...
David Solinsky says, sounds badass, not even plugged in.
I mean, it's got enough sustain. Still feel it going. The pickups are direct mounted and solid and seem to be nicely balanced, which is good. The bridge is a beautiful bridge. I'm really impressed with the Riviera stuff. I need to get back in touch with him actually. Multi-laminate neck. I think that a lot of people would have been happy if it was a headless system, but frankly, having the black bit up there at the top, it does make it feel more Star Warsy. It feels more Star Warsy than anything else I could have made if I hadn't had this choice of materials, and it's
I also think for the length of the body, not having a headstock looks weird.
True. I'm just looking at myself in the camera. It's like, hey, pretty boy.
Don't.
Okay, anyway, look, seriously, we're here. We might as well carry on talking and learning. Are there any questions or any queries? Anything that you want to know? And if there isn't, we should probably stop and have a cup of coffee or something. But Yeah, I'm just reveling in the fact that this is finished and wondering how I would actually manufacture these fretboards.
Well, you need to wait for Mr. Bond to get back to you. Martin Pfeiffer.
Martin.
Hey Ben, can you give me a measurement in millimeters of the fret height? I'm working on a fan fret version of that fretboard right now.
Huh.
Jamie Corkrimer, the fact that Ben just tried to toss his hair back while looking at himself in the camera is just great.
I was taking the piss, by the way. I need you to know that.
Oh, you really?
Yes, really. Huh. Not that one then. Let's do it properly.
We need to welcome Wolfwood Guitars to the Cool Beans members.
Welcome. Wolford.
Wolfwood Guitars.
Oh, I know that name from somewhere. It is 0.85 millimeters.
It'd be interesting to see a fan fret version of this.
Yeah, so is that a fan fret version that you have made yourself or are making yourself? Or did the Bond factory actually make a fan fret one, which I think would be very surprising.
He says, I'm working on a fan fret version of that fretboard right now.
Fantastic. I wouldn't mind buying one from you if you happen to make two. Sheesh. It really is like there's just nothing there.
Jay Racy wants to know how you ensure the two tremolo mounting posts are at even heights.
They don't have to be.
Elaborate.
They don't have to be. You've got, I mean, they have to be pretty close, but it's sitting in a pivot point. Looking at that there, they're not exactly at an even height. Yeah, they aren't. They're close enough that it's working and not binding. But yeah, I just eyeball it. That might be wrong, but yeah, it's where we are.
EDW wants to know, does a guitar with an aluminium body fit for GGBO?
Yeah, any guitar of any sort, as long as it's a guitar and you've got something to do with making it, bring it on. You know, I mean, if you have access to a £500,000 CNC machine normally used for, I don't know, milling titanium bomb cases or something, then we might think that you have a slight unfair advantage. But but yeah, no, I mean, just you do you. It's about promoting guitar building in every single one of the multifarious ways in which one can build a guitar. I think that sentence made sense. Did it make sense?
I think
It was a
makes
sentence.
sense.
Yes.
And if you're unsure, contact us or join the freestyle, because there anything goes. As long as it has strings and can be played.
Taritha, could you pass me that other Bond Electric Light fretboard that's just next to you there on top of the...
Martin Pfeiffer, who was talking about the fan fret, says, thanks very much. I can sure share the 3D files if you're interested. Don't have a
Very much
CNC myself, but I'm going to contract it out, probably.
I would love you to do that if you don't mind, because...
Email to...
stream@crimsonguitars.com is probably the best. So this one looks like it was actually taken off. How did people even say that? This doesn't feel the same. Huh. This is interesting.
Is that not aluminium?
No. Don't think so. This is resin. This one is, that's the scientific test to see whether it's resin or aluminium. If it's aluminium, you notice it a little bit better. No, I think that is definitely aluminium. We all know it. We've seen it. We've done it, and we've scratched it in bits and pieces. This here, something else entirely.
David Selinsky says, bummer, it's too short for a bass.
This. Okay, now I don't know what's going to actually happen. I am talking to Ashley.
I haven't read the emails.
Ash, I think
Ash
is the name. Ash Bond, who is the son of Mr. Bond, who started Bond Electric Lights, etc. And he wants to relaunch the company in some way, shape, or form. And you know, if I can help do it, cool. Anyway, here we are.
Greg Stewart says they made them out of phenolic resin.
Yeah, that is that. Emphatically. So why have I got an aluminium one then? Did they make them out of phenolic resin and aluminium?
Or
They
was
must
that
have.
made by someone else?
No. No, it's a slight different scale length, but this is the resin one. Okay, well there we go.
Springy says Bond made resin ones too.
They made resin ones too. Well, that's it. I've got one of each. Okay.
Jamie Kramer says, are you holding it up to your magnet in your head? You do know aluminium isn't magnetic, right?
I have a suite of sensors that most people don't have here. You're lucky I'm not licking it. One of the worst and funniest things that's ever happened to me was I walked into the office a few years ago and picked up this little sample of Kingwood or something like that, licked it, just because, I don't know. And Tom, who's now the MD of Crimson, walked up and said, "Ha! I did the exact same thing." Damn it! Pre-pandemic. No, of course I know why. I wanted to see what it would look like under finish. It was particularly pretty wood, and if you lick it, it looks like it's under lacquer. Anyway, yeah, I'm not going to use this one on guitar. So it's not. It actually. Make it loud again. Have we got it?
Yeah.
So my favourite comment, and I'm just told to delete this, and laughed and thought that you wanted to hear. My favourite comment on the GGBO announcement, where I changed the rules to the new updated version, was somebody who said, "Ben, make GGBO great again." Oh wait, who did? and that made me very happy.
2 things before you get loud. Martin Pfeiffer, again about the fan fret.
Yes.
I have been wondering what material to use for the fretboard in terms of string wear, any particular scale length you'd prefer?
No, absolutely no preferences whatsoever. If we're going fan fret, probably baritone to Fender Strats, something like that. Material wise, hard anodized aluminium, which is what this fretboard is, seems to be a very good shout. It could potentially be made out of carbon fiber and resin, but I'm not sure what the wear would be like. I mean, this is a phenolic resin, and that has worn over time. It would be amazing if we could make it out of ceramic, but yeah. Now, when you cast glass, you have to make the mold bigger by a fairly significant percentage, like somewhere between 15 and 30%, I think, if I recall correctly. So making an accurate fretboard out of cast glass would be hugely problematic. Who was it that wanted to hear this thing again?
Phil Wild.
This is Phil Wild's fault. It's just like, with somebody who could actually play.
Magic.
I think with flatline strings on top of that. So that's just my neck pickup. And not at full. So,
Mark Jennings says, I just rejoined and I think the stream was hacked. Sounds like someone is playing audio of a completed guitar. Impossible.
you're a mean man.
There was a question earlier asking if the aluminium improved the sustain.
Look, physically, no. The aluminium is not that much different strength-wise than a good hard maple. It's a relatively thin cap. So yes, it's probably harder than most wood, so yes, it will have a little bit more sustain, but it's also a very small part of the whole thing. That said, we've got bags of sustain. And if I'm actually going... or anything, it's just come on, you can do it. So actually that's a pretty significant It's a pretty significant sustain. Yeah, it's great. Very strong neck, actually. Anyway, look, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that again.
There's a super chat from Jules with a question.
Jules.
Hey Ben, is it better to glue the fretboard before I cut my wood scantling or cut first then glue?
I always glue the fretboard first. Personally, when I'm building, so I glue everything together, make it nice and solid, get your truss rod and carbon fibre stiffening rods, etc. in place, and then if there's going to be any extreme movement, the fretboard will help deal with that. But you want to try and get to a point where you're building with a guitar, you're building with wood that is nice and dry and isn't going to move in the first place. So, yeah.
Rob Ashley wants to know what the weight is.
That's a good point. Salitha, if you wouldn't mind entertaining while I try and find, I think there's a scale in there. And I can turn this off. Off. No, I don't want to stop saying off. That's how I talk. Just deal with it.
David Glenn Guitar says, hey Bun, will there be a super chat of the whole, super edit of the whole build? Super cut.
Ask Bear.
I don't want to give Bear a heart attack.
I think that eventually, yes, maybe.
Maybe. It would be fun if we could get a supercut to make it a single day, but yes, only 10 days for a custom build. It is possible.
Essentially, I think that we do need to have super edits of every single build that we ever do. But it won't be any time in the near future.
Soon. I think he needs to recover from this one. And
Cover?
I've given him
Cover?
the next one he's going to be working on is the Cyberpunk.
True. Okay. Actually, 4 is probably better. Power.
You know you're still plugged into the amp. No, you're not. Shutting up.
So this is 3.886 kgs. Do you want to write that down, Salitha?
Not really.
It's all right. I wrote it down. And that is 8 pounds 9 ounces. 8 pounds 9 ounces, anyone? Going once, going twice, no wait. Somebody else already owns this guitar and that depresses me greatly. Okay, yeah, so there we go. She's not that heavy, not that light actually. I think that we've got a chunk of, well, there's a chunk of hardware actually. And an aluminium fretboard. Let's not forget that. Yeah, so happy.
Super chat from the big unit.
Yeah.
I was not trying to take a piss at you yesterday when I accidentally typed off. I have
Seriously?
very big hands and hit the wrong touchscreen keys sometimes.
Okay, well that is just a serendipitous piss take. It's the universe taking the piss out of me instead of you. I love it.
Super chat from Paul Needs.
Paul!
What is the optimum width for a bandsaw blade?
3/8 of an inch. 3/8? 2/8 of an inch is a quarter. 3/8 of an inch is around about right. For many tasks, it's not quite meaty enough for some. It's not. I've messed this up, haven't I?
What did you do?
It's not quite meaty enough, but will, if required, do a resaw if that's all you have. It's also not quite small enough to go around many corners, but will take it in a few passes. So yeah, it's a pretty good compromise in my opinion. Do you like that watch, Talitha?
Quite like the clasp. Oh, that's cool. Shane Doherty has a question.
Talitha's just found a Casio GS2100 Casio. It's an 80 quid watch that I put into a Royal Oak style
Very beefy.
bracelet.
Very
It actually
big.
doesn't look too bad on you. Hold on.
It's a bit too big.
It's a bit too big for anyone. There you go.
Very chunky.
But yeah, it looks cool. There we go.
So,
Question, yes.
question from Shane Doherty. Ben, can I strip poly off a maple neck and fretboard to stain it without removing the frets?
Probably it will involve heat. Now, what it's been sealed with beneath, you are not likely to be able to stain it evenly and nicely once a finish of any sort has been on an instrument. I would suggest, if you want to stain it, strip off what you can and then add tinted lacquer rather than trying to stain the wood. That will get you an even finish. Because yeah, basically the wood has been sealed and doesn't want to take any more finish at this point.
Jamie Kremer. Now Talitha's going to have to grow the watch collection. Sibling watch wars as they race to get the most.
Yeah, bring it on.
Thankfully, I'm not as mad about watches as Bun is.
I have a bit of a problem. But I also am very aware that it doesn't really... Yeah. It's actually a pretty cool watch to give one of the kids. That's good. Little Casio. I'm getting to the point where I'm going to start divesting myself of stuff that I don't necessarily need. So some of the watches are for sale, and a lot of the tools are going to be winging their way away. I need to simplify, and I don't want to come across as a tremendously wealthy arsehole. By, you know, I've been very, very lucky in that few of the watches I've got have, you know, doubled or trebled in value recently, and it feels very weird wearing something that expensive. And it's not necessarily a good weird either. Anyway, questions or
Super
comments?
chat from Terry Love.
Super chats. Terry Love, you have been the MVP today. Thank you.
He says, if saying off is good enough for the royal family, it's good enough for Ben.
Well, there we go. It's the one vestige of my South African or Zimbabwean accent that's still here. It just seems to not go anywhere.
Yeah,
A lot of people assume I'm British.
Yeah, you don't have a strong accent either way. It's kind of middle ground, which is nice.
Why, thank you. I mean, you have to listen to me quite a lot, Talitha, so...
Yes, I don't notice it anymore. Only when you say essentially or You have phrases that irritate me and things that I cut out of every edit if I can get away with it. Anyway. Questions?
Yeah?
I'm waiting for questions.
All right. Well, look, I'm rather desperate for some coffee, so let's actually put a time limit on it and say we've been going for 4 hours and 53.5 minutes. We will call it a day at 5 hours. So you got 6.5 minutes to get as many questions, queries, comments, super chats, if that is what you would like to do, out of the way, and then we're going to call it a day. And we'll be done. Pippin is trying to eat the chicken. Not eat the chicken. He's got a very soft mouth. He is obviously a game dog to go and collect birds without munching them. So,
Oh, the chicken's on Tanya's back.
yeah, she knows where the safe. Who's. She's also quite comfy on there. Do you want to go and rescue?
Shall I? Okay, answer this question first. The FUM tribute. Ben.
What tribute?
FUM tribute. Will you design the actual one-day build today or on another stream?
Okay, so no, we're done for today. This did take a lot longer than it was supposed to, and I want to approach the next build 100%. With a fresh mind and good.
Are you okay?
Dropping things.
So, how's it going?
I'm okay. How's it going again?
All finished and done and dusted. We're calling it a day.
Lovely.
Strung up. Sounds actually really, 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 really good. I don't know who this rich person is, but yeah, huge amounts of sustain. Everything worked, and the electronics worked first time, which nobody, including me, thought would actually be the case.
Excellent.
But yeah, basically 4.5 minutes and we're calling it a day.
Lovely. I'll leave you to it then.
Is Orson okay?
Yeah, everybody's fine.
Fantastic.
Drama over.
Drama over. And he got a day off school.
Well, half a day, yeah. Okay, right. Well, have fun.
I love this guitar. I'll see you in a minute. Alrighty, so FOM tribute. I don't know what we're talking about here. And I feel like I should.
Where was it? I've lost it.
And we know it's like that.
Ah, shut up. The question was if you were going to design the truly one-day build today or in a different live stream.
Okay, so no, we're going to do that in a different live stream, probably later in the week, because I would like to try and do the actual build. I need to schedule and see if I can get anybody on Sunday to do the talking, etc. But yeah, I suppose basically watch this space, click notifications, and come back. I think. How's about what are you doing Saturday morning, Talitha?
I don't know, nothing planned yet. I never
Quick,
plan.
plan something.
I never plan my week because you invariably change things by Tuesday.
The weird thing is I desperately want to have some rhythm and structure to it, and it just doesn't exist. We will have a chat. I think that a live streamed design session potentially on Saturday morning could be good. Get it over and done within 3 hours, or not even morning. No, it needs to be evening.
And then the one-day live stream itself is going to be a Sunday or
Yeah,
a Monday?
potentially Sunday.
Not the Sunday straight after the Saturday design session. Because what if you design something you can't get the...
I've got all the parts already.
Okay.
Basically, I haven't planned. I need to think about it, and I'm too happy about this guitar to properly think about it now. So yeah, again, I've disappointed some people.
Super chat from Gody the Roadie. How well does that fretboard take a capo?
Perfectly. Cabo de Regime. That's the second in command of a mafia family, I think. Yeah, okay.
David Glenn Guitars. Has Ben thought about sending the raffle winner 75% of the raffle cash and just keep the guitar per the GGBO rules? I think Rich would be hurt.
I'm glad I'm not an arsehole. No, I'm really, really happy with that. It's another build. I think that... Do you know what? Even if I did rebuild it for myself, I would probably still go for the same headstock, which is strange. The headless system is an option as well. Personally, if I was building for myself, I wouldn't have the trem. I'm not a trem guy. But there we are. It is what it is. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what's happening with this next live stream. I think actually it's not going to be the design session will not be in an evening on the weekend. I think we will potentially maybe do an evening later in the week, Talitha, where it could be you and myself, or it could be Orson or Jasmine or somebody.
Yeah, or if we tie in a Instagram question Patreon session and then
Fantastic.
go into the design.
Okay, what evening's good for you?
Any. See, I've already said I don't plan my week until you decide to do something. Except I'm not available tomorrow. I'm at Crimson most of the day. Probably.
Yeah, me too. Okay, so let us do Thursday evening. The next live stream design thing will be Thursday evening from 6 o'clock onwards. That works for us. So yeah, I think that's it. Thursday evening from 6 o'clock onwards, we'll have a 2 or a 3 hour live guitar design session, designing the one-day guitar build, and that will be, yeah, that'll be fun, and we'll know what the next build is going to be. I am in the process of finishing my daughter's guitar as well. There's some holes to paint in and bits and pieces and some fun to have there. But the next episode of that will be going live soon. And then finally, I'm getting back on to building the hand tool only build. Now, the way we've been doing things recently is going to change. Somehow it ended up that we had either this guitar or Jasmine's guitar being the Saturday video over time. From the next proper live stream series, which isn't the actual one-day build, which will be edited and you'll get a super edit fairly soon, from the next build after that, whatever is going to be live streamed will be live streamed, and you will not see an edit for 3 to 6 months, and that will come back down the line when hopefully people have forgotten about it and yeah, oh, this is fun and new. So that's what the plan is for that, and I am trying to bring in some shorter, more tutorial-like videos, and there's things that we've promised to do, shorter stuff, stain tutorials, etc. There's going to be a lot of that as well. So there's going to be as many videos. There will also always be a Saturday guitar build video, but I'm going to try and keep it so that you've got one that I'm building live that will go out, and you'll have the whole series in one shot, and then while I'm building the next one, you'll have an edited version of something that's been live streamed, etc. And it should take a little bit of the stress out of the process as well. Hopefully. We'll see. Anyway, any questions to round the afternoon off?
One from Shane Doherty saying, I have a Stanley plane number 5, half Bailey.
Yeah. Good
plane or no?
Very good plane. I don't actually have... I do have... I've got a... Yes. Very good plane, absolutely.
And Franz Truter
says,
thanks Ben and Talitha. The series was fun. Now I can finally be productive on Mondays again.
Nope. Nope. No, you can't. Sorry. If you click on the thing, you'll be distracted. I don't know what the next build should be. Now, obviously, there's the 1 day build, and that's a thing, and that's just going to happen. But after that, every Monday, there is going to be another build.
We're going to have to start polling during the 1 day live stream or something, or people, maybe it should be put to Patreon and YouTube members to choose.
You're labouring under the misapprehension that I want every build that I do on the live stream to be done via polls.
No, but it doesn't have to be a community build. They can choose what you build and then you do everything from there.
Okay, well, we were talking about Lord of the Rings. I do have a watch-inspired build to do.
And you were also talking about a fan fret bass.
That's it. I have to do a bass next. So the next live stream series is going to be a bass guitar. Fan fret, 5-string.
Yep.
Pretty.
Very pretty.
Cool, it's already been made.
What's the theme?
Doesn't need a theme, it's just a sexy bass.
Cool.
Okay, cool. That's it. There we go. QED. Any questions before we go?
Flupoid said hurdy-gurdy.
Flupoid?
Flupoid.
Flupoid.
Flupoid. Hurdy-gurdy. Yes, bass. Yes to bass. A bass with a bass hurdy-gurdy. Yes, hell yes. A watch-inspired dobro.
That could be fun. I also want to do a cigar box guitar at some point soon. Now that could also be a 1 day build. The first one I ever did was 6 hours.
Yeah. Okay. So, true 1 day build, fan fret bass, cigar box single day build.
Okay, I'm panicking now. That's
Next
far too much
long-term
planning.
bass.
That's far too much planning.
Long-term
No,
build.
I think the cigar box instrument will just be, hey, I want to do a random something at some point. She's not only got her hand up, she's waving.
Martin Pfeiffer, who's doing the fan fret.
Martin, hi, yes.
If you'd like, I can design a fan fret fretboard for the bass build.
I would like it, but not this one. No. Because I would then have to... Basically, there's going to be some serious experimentation with how to actually make that and get it right. And we don't have the headspace at Crimson to do that right now. It would be fun, and it will be fun, and it's something we're definitely going to do. But there's about 14 million projects that need to be done first.
Yeah.
So no, I'll be doing a more traditional build. I mean, it could actually be fretless multi-scale. So scary. Yeah, why not?
Gody the Roadie said cigar box with a jam jar amp in it.
Yeah, why not? So my biggest issue, Talitha, is that one of my many issues is that we made the first GGBO video private. And when you make a video private, it deletes all the comments.
Yes.
And we had a bunch of people suggesting in the comments on that build that we should invite certain people, etc. Ah!
I realised that too late.
Okay, I love this guitar. I think we're going to call it a day. Are we done?
I think we're done.
You guys are absolutely amazing. I seriously appreciate your support. And rest assured that there will be a lot more coming from this channel, the Crimson Guitars Extras channel. There will be many more guitars built this year than I've ever considered doing in a year before. I've got lots of short things to do as well, actually. Customizations and custom shapes and staining and all sorts. There's a hell of a lot of work to be done, and I'm looking forward to it. So yeah, we'll be there. Goodbye. Go make some sawdust. Have a fantastic week, and I love you. See you soon. Cheers.